You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome, brothers and sisters, comrades and friends, Mr. and Mrs. America. If you're feeling good and you're looking good, you're in the right place. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire, winner of the 2023 Bill Squire Award.
That's right. Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And today is kind of our Friday since we're not doing a show per se tomorrow. We'll be doing a live broadcast. People have been texting me, what are you guys doing tomorrow? And we're going to be live at the Clevelander all day. Right around the corner from our studios here at 668 Euclid. We'll be over there on Huron. That's where you'll find the Clevelander. We get going around 10 a.m. So that would make it, by my math, a mere 6 hours from now. I think I got the math on that right. A mere 6 hours from now. I guess it'd be closer to 20 hours, wouldn't it? 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And so a lot of the MMS gang will be there. I don't quite know yet who will be there. Bill and I will be there.
Yes, we will.
Rob, our intrepid program director, will be there. I think Dougie's going to come by. I was still cajoling her this morning, trying to make sure that she pops her head in. We don't. Poundcake is still a maybe. We'll see. But nevertheless, it'll be a lot of fun tomorrow. So I hope if you're down here and partying for St. Pat's, you stop by the Clevelander, because that's where we will be. If you want to join us here today, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text if you like, 35192. Thank you to Patty McMudpie, who's getting in on the festivities early, helping out in the video department. I've been running around today trying to get a whole lot of things done since tomorrow is kind of a wash because we'll be over there at the Clevelander. And so usually here at the top of the show, I'll have a couple of pithy remarks. Maybe I'll have an anecdote or two. Top of the show today, Bill, I got nothing.
Nothing?
I got nothing.
Oh.
So what's going on with you guys? Did you win any more awards?
I did not. I just been, did some comedy at East End and then went home and been watching the show You. You haven't watched it.
Gwen watches You. Okay. I don't watch You.
I enjoy You, and it's getting pretty good. The fourth season's wildly different than the other three seasons, and it's making you look at the other seasons in a different light. So I like that about the show. I think it's evolving in a interesting way, and I think it needed that.
That show was making news because Penn Badgley, who is the lead actor in that show, told the producers for this new season that he didn't want to do any sex scenes because he's a married man in real life, and it was important to him to respect that, even despite the fact that he's an actor. He said a lot of these sex scenes feel a little gratuitous. And so
gratuitous and
I
also
don't want to do
unnecessary.
Is that true?
I feel like
Unnecessary sex.
Well, unnecessary sex scene,
scenes in a
like you
in a
can
show.
you can do the kissing scene and then you know that they're going to bang, but we don't need
It's not
back
the
in the
euphoria.
day. Well, back in the day, you would put that in a movie because you couldn't get it as easily. So you'd put more gratuitous sex scenes in an R-rated movie because then people would show up to see it or they rent it a bunch of times. Pornography is so readily available. Putting it in TV shows just seems silly at this point. Like you don't need to do. Like I'm not. Like Game of Thrones had a lot of nudity and stuff, and never cared. It was just like, okay, there's naked people, but the story is what kept me going. If I want to see naked people, I know where to find them.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't watch it just for the boobs, but boobs are great.
Boobs are great. I'm
So,
not complaining about
in a
them.
story that has in a show that has a great story, boobs added to the story,
Great.
fantastic.
But when an actor's like, oh, I don't want to show my boobs or I don't want to do gratuitous sex scenes, I never begrudge them for that. Especially a show like You, because they don't go that far. Like, they don't show nudity like all the way, and it's one of those things where it's just like that soft core, like
Skinamax.
yeah, like
Red Shoe
kissing
Diaries.
and like scratching. Like it's not really all that sexy to me.
Well, that's why I got the vibe. Penn Badgley would go on to say that his comments in that were blown out of proportion. He goes, it's not that big of a deal. He goes, I just didn't want things that didn't seem to fit there. But You, to me, seemed like a chick show, and I think maybe that's why I didn't watch it.
I mean, it is more geared towards. I watch it with my girlfriend, and I've enjoyed it. So but it's definitely more geared towards women that I would say are into the true crime,
That's my wife.
psychology of a killer type show. But it's entertaining enough that I'm like, there's some cheesy parts of this show, but I'm going to look past it and just enjoy it for what it is.
So should I be worried when I come home and Gwen's watching these with a notepad?
Only if the notepad is matching his traits to your traits.
Oh, well.
If that's the case, then you should be worried.
I am a sociopath, so I don't know if we have anything in common. You know, I watched the finale. I don't know if anybody's
I
watching.
thought you were a Cancer.
That too. I'm on the cusp. I watched the finale of The Last of Us, which is very, very entertaining. I didn't play the game, but I was familiar with it. But the show is just dynamite. That Pedro Pascal's awesome. But you mentioning Game of Thrones, I didn't know that Bella Ramsey came from Game of Thrones. She's a British actress. She plays the girl on The Last of Us, and she does an American accent. But because I didn't watch Game of Thrones, I didn't know that she had done anything before this.
Yeah, she plays like the young queen.
Okay.
Like I don't even know if she was a queen, but she was like a young leader of a house.
Okay.
And she was pretty badass on the show.
Well, I know
honestly.
a lot of people blew up from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I can't keep track of them. I mean, Alfie Allen, who was the bad guy in the first John Wick, I know he came out of Game of Thrones. But The Last of Us was dynamite. And I'm sure people who played that game enjoyed it a lot more. But just as a standalone show, I thought it was great. But I didn't know that she had done it. I thought they did a casting call and here's our girl. I knew she was English, but I didn't know that she had been in anything. And then somebody's like, oh, no, she was in Game of Thrones. I was like, oh, well, that's why I don't know about that. But, yeah, okay, whatever. So Poundcake has no problem with people's gratuitous sex scenes. He would like more gratuitous sex scenes in everything, I would imagine.
Well, you don't even need to make it a scene. Make it the whole show. I don't need the rest. I don't need, maybe a little bit of storyline would be nice, but yeah, no.
Okay. Welcome to Gratuitous Sex Scenes Weekly here on a whole show.
I'm really surprised at myself that I didn't get like HBO Max. Is that what Euphoria is on, or is on Showtime?
HBO, yeah.
But because that's all I hear. From all the girls. A lot of girls watch it, and all I hear is, I can't believe you don't watch Euphoria. There's a bunch of male nudity in there.
Well, there's a legit porn star in that show too. That Cherry Chloe or Chloe Cherry or something like that. There's a girl who they got from porn, and she's in Euphoria, and they say she's a great actress. They just got her from porn.
Is Zendaya nude in there?
No clue.
Okay.
I know
Yeah, I've
she's.
never watched
I know.
that show.
I was.
Seems too weird for me.
I was surprised with Zendaya. And granted, she's a grown woman. I was surprised at the continuous. You want to talk about gratuitous? The continuous full frontal nudity in the latest Spider-Man movie. I could not believe she's running around, everything flopping, and I finally got around to watching that most recent Spider-Man movie. Boy, I loved Spider-Man growing up. These movies are insufferable. They're too long. There's too many characters. I'm like, guys, you don't have to stuff every person in these movies.
Well,
give me a break.
They stuffed a lot into the last one. I loved it.
Boy, they
I
did.
thought it was great.
Oh. Okay, listen. We did it. I got to take a break here. If you want to text for something, 35192. Our buddy Jim Tews is stopping in again today. He's an Alan Cox Show comedy tour alum. He's one of Bill Squire's oldest friends. And he's playing Hilarities tonight. Funny dude. He's joined us in the past, and he's in town again, so we'll catch up with him later on. And we will be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
people talking about tying me to a gurney and pumping poison in my veins. I have to expose these people.
Listen to The Real Killer, Season 2, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
The Alan Cox Show.
Questions.
Don't come here expecting answers.
Who can provide the answer?
The one big question is, how is this on the air?
We need to understand why that is.
On 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192 to send me a text. By the way, devotion to accuracy. Somebody did point this out. Pedro Pascal was on Game of Thrones too.
Oh yeah,
he got his head smooshed, right?
Yep,
I remember that.
He was the Viper.
He was the Viper. Was that a regular character over there?
He had an arc. He wasn't like through the whole season, but
I just remember the scene of him getting his head smooshed.
Yeah, he got smooshed good.
Yeah, a lot of screaming in that show because people were always getting murdered and slit their.
Yeah, there's a lot of violence,
screaming and boobs, and
lots of violence.
No wonder people liked it. Cavaliers, did they win last night?
They did not.
Oh, they played the Sixers.
There was a
and
controversial reverse call where Joel Embiid was called for a charge against Evan Mobley, and then they overturned it.
I saw people flipping out about it, you included.
I was pretty upset. It was he pushed the guy, and he went sliding down to the baseline, and they're like, "Oh no, it's fine," because it was his sixth foul, and they're like, "Oh, this is an MVP candidate. We're gonna give."
Oh, they didn't want him out of the game.
Yeah,
I see.
So,
and if you know that's going to be the case, or you assume that's going to be the case, if you're the player, you can give yourself a lot of latitude.
Right, and that's what he did.
118-109 was the final, but the Sixers, on any given night, are a good team.
They are a good team, and it wasn't necessarily. I mean, Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell both had kind of off nights, so it doesn't mean they would have won the game, but it was definitely at a crucial point in the game where he would have been out because it would have been his sixth foul, and I think it would have put us with possession with down by 1 or 3, something like that. So it would have been a good place to be for the Cavs, and then they completely negated that.
Carlos Boozer was on some show talking about when he left the Cavs and everybody hated his guts.
That was rough.
But that was a long time ago, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago, but it still stung.
Sure.
Still stings to this day.
Now, what was that? He said he'd stay, and then he didn't?
He said he was going to stay, and told Gordon Gund still owned the team at the time.
Okay.
And he's like, "Oh, I'll re-sign with you," but then he got a much bigger offer from the Utah Jazz, and
I see.
The Cavs were allowed to match it, but it wasn't. Gordon Gund wasn't a guy that was spending a ton of money.
I see.
So he's like, "Nah, you're gonna get $60 million. Go ahead and get your $60 million. I'm not gonna pay that kind of money for a power forward."
Right.
So.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
we had him he went to the Bulls right after I came to Cleveland. We had him for a few years there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, what?
Career. Meanwhile, $60 million was a huge contract then, and now it's a standard contract.
Right.
You can get somebody of his level for $60 million. Oh, not too bad.
20 years ago, you were on top of the world.
Yeah.
A guy, Edwin Diaz, who was a big star for the Mets, he is already out for the season.
I saw that.
Because he
That's a
tore.
bummer.
You know what the patella is, Poundcake? He tore his patellar tendon. You know what the patella is?
I do not.
It's that
You don't know
Rihanna
what
song, right? Patella.
Ella. You don't know what the patella is?
No.
The bone in your body. It is commonly known as the kneecap. And so I assumed that the patellar tendon, I inferred, that had something to do with the kneecap. And so I looked it up. It attaches the bottom of the kneecap to the top of your tibia. And he was celebrating at the World Baseball Championship. They're calling it a freak injury. He was celebrating Team Puerto Rico's victory over the Dominican Republic, and he tore his patellar tendon in celebration, and he's out for the season.
Oof.
Oh, that sucks. You didn't even get out to play with the Mets. Oh, recovery time is 8 months. Most likely outcome, they say, is that he will miss the entire season. Of course, they signed him to a 5-year, $102 million deal. because the
What do you think the extra $2 million?
the Mets didn't want to lose him. What's that?
$102 million.
It's probably some thing that they tacked onto the end to.
It's
I don't know.
We will give you $101 million.
Yeah, they had to take him off the field in a wheelchair after celebrating the game. He was playing for Puerto Rico. Why would anybody play? Listen, you got to have people play. I guess it is the World Baseball Championship. But why would any Major League Baseball player, I know that they want to play for their home country and all that, but man, this could happen to anybody who's out there. Just, you read about these guys, I was jumping up and down and I was excited and I landed wrong and I tore a tendon or I broke a bone So they carted him off after a freak injury last night, shocking the crowd at Lone Depot Park in Miami. Oh, it's just got a ring to it, doesn't it? Just the old-timey names of these ballparks really just cast your mind back to afternoons with Dad and Mom and Grandpa and the whole gang going to the ballpark. Kids of a certain generation, I guess kids of our generations, we can talk about going to the Jake or catching a game at Comiskey Park with Dad, and at some point, you're going to have kids going like, why do they have to change the name of Lone Depot Park? That's what I grew up with. That's what I grew up with.
I mean, that's literally what people were saying when they changed the name of the Staples Center, where it wasn't named after a person or anything like that, but they're like, it's the Staples Center. I can't call it Crypto.com Arena.
Right.
It's the Staples Center.
Yes.
It's like, the Staples is going out of business, so they couldn't re-up,
People in Providence, Rhode Island, they go, I grew up with the Dunkin' Donuts Arena, all right? It was the Dunkin' Donuts Arena when I was a kid, and I don't care what they call it now. It'll always be the Double D to me, if that's what they call it.
Smoothie King Arena.
Smoothie King Arena.
That is that down in New Orleans?
Somewhere.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. So I wonder if future generations will have those emotional attachments like people do. In Chicago, I'm not a Cubs fan, but, you grow up going to games at Wrigley Field. And even though it's a company name, it's also a family name. It doesn't jump out at you like Lone Depot Park. Because usually a lot of these naming rights, they're kind of flashes in the pan. You'll have companies that have a lot of money, or they're kind of startups or something, so they have a lot of money, and they're trying to get some name recognition or get their name out in the marketplace. So they scoop up naming rights for something that's in there for quite a bit of time. But a lot of these, by the time the naming rights are over, the company's out of business. Like, it's not even a thing anymore. So
it's not the advertising you think it's going to be.
No, Crypto.com Arena. And the people who own the arena are like, yes, I'll take your money. I don't care what you call it. Not going to change anything other than the name and the logo and whatever. How long is the deal on the Romo Fijo? How long are those naming rights?
I'm not sure because he owns the team. So I don't know how long, because, it was Quicken Loans Arena, and then it became Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, and that came out of nowhere. So I don't even know if, I didn't know the naming rights were up for that, or if he just said, well, because I own it all, I can just change it whenever.
Do whatever he wants to do. Okay. Well, yeah. Who cares, right?
You should just call it officially Romo Fijo. Not make it short for anything, just make it Romo Fijo.
Romo Fijo.
Do it, Dan. You know it's the right thing to do.
Well, he changed it to Quicken Loans Arena in 2005 after his company, Quicken Loans. And then Rocket Mortgage was their online lending service. It's just that depending on, with these companies, it's a very ebbs and flows for that kind of business, that sector of business. And you wonder if, when the time comes, if they'll re-up or it'll be something else. It'd be fun to say, we're going over to the Smoothie King Arena.
Right.
It'd be fun to, whatever. Wrigley Field was named after chewing gum. Yes, the Wrigley family business. Right. But it just doesn't jump out at you like some...
Right, because it's not Wrigley Gum.
It's not like Wrigley Gum Park.
Yeah, not Wrigley Gum Field.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the only baseball park that doesn't have, I guess, Yankee Stadium and Fenway Park are the only ones that don't have a business behind it.
Okay.
But I
Those are
guess
the
Yankee
only
Stadium-
two?
I think Yankee Stadium technically does because the Yankees just own the rights to it. And they call it
Right.
Yankee Stadium. But I think Fenway Park is the only one that doesn't have a sponsored
Okay.
at this point.
Well, all right. Sorry, World Baseball Classic. I thought it was championship.
No.
Okay, so I thought it was. I thought I made it pretty clear. Maybe I didn't. What we're doing tomorrow at the Clevelander, we're not doing this show tomorrow from the Clevelander. It's gonna be music all. We're not like dicking around and then doing this show from Tudor. We're not doing that. Music all day. MMS on site. We're going to be cutting in between songs. One time might be Bill, then it's me, and then me and Corey Roddick, or Poundcake and Charlie. I don't know what the permutation is going to be, but that's what tomorrow at the Clevelander is.
Basically, like who's ever near the mic
Whoever's
when
near the
we got to
mic,
go back.
when there's a break, yeah.
They go, hey, jump over here.
Right.
Get on here.
That's what it'll
Talk with
be.
Charlie for a little bit.
Yep.
Talk with
Be a free
Corey
for
for a little bit. Yeah.
That's right. So music, us, there, mics, the thing. That's what it is. We'll be partying and doing whatever. I couldn't help but think of Alex Jones and the thing that we've played on a number of occasions. Let me play this for you, a little remix of Alex Jones freaking out about gay frogs.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Yeah, he was very upset at the gay frogs. I was reading a thing, though, that air pollution, more and more of it all the time, disrupts sexual communication in flies. Did anybody else see this? Air pollution disrupts sexual communications in flies, which means that females are less attracted to males, and males attempt to copulate with other males. They're confused by the environment, which means there are chemicals in the air that turn the friggin' flies gay. That's what that means.
Gay
flies. So, listen, I don't know if Alex Jones is going to be all over this the way he was about the alleged gay frogs, but I hope he doesn't let this crisis go to waste. I mean,
yeah, you got to do an update, man. You got to
do something.
Song sequels aren't always the biggest thing, but in this case, I feel like it's got to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it makes it sound like you actually know what you're talking about. Like, okay, I was a little off on the gay frogs things, but they got the chemical that's making the flies gay. So that's something.
It's right there in the national.
Everyone knows it.
In the, I don't know what this was in, the national publication of something or other. But, And imagine you're the scientist assigned to that task where you've got a male fly and flies will light on surfaces every, 2.5 seconds. They're always crapping all over the place. So it's got to be tough to be the person scientifically who is assigned to determining which flies are trying to hump which other flies. But I guess somebody's got to do it. I got a letter from somebody who requested that I keep them anonymous. Alan, I'm a male crossdresser, and I have an NSFW Reddit. And I post some provocative photos on there, and I get a lot of guys flirting with me. One guy gave me his Snapchat name unsolicited, and it was his real name, not a nickname, his real first and last name. And so I looked him up on social and saw that he is engaged to a woman. And this guy had sent me flirty messages and some D pics. Nothing to brag about. He said it looks like a thumb. Oh, no. He's got an opposable penis. He also talks about what he does when he's looking at my pictures and asks for private pics and to meet up. I feel extremely guilty. I fully understand what I post on Reddit and that guys will message me, single or otherwise, but something about this guy wanting to meet up really crossed the line for me. I contacted his fiance on Facebook.
Dude, oh, come on.
Oh, no.
I made a fake profile and contacted his fiance on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining how he is cheating, and it shows that she never got the message. I also sent her a friend request. At what point is too much. Should I find another way to warn her, or just let it be and say I've done my part?
Let it be.
Yeah, let it be, homie. I mean, it sounds
Post
like
it
you
on
got,
her page.
It sounds like you got a good thing going
Go to
there.
the actual profile. Put it in
Yeah.
the public.
I mean,
burn it all down.
Just because, yeah.
Honestly, though.
Because first of all, he hasn't done anything yet.
Also,
you didn't meet up with him. He hasn't done anything.
Also, you're missing a great opportunity to blackmail someone.
Extortion.
Yeah, extortion.
I'm pretty
Come
sure that's
on.
illegal. So don't take that legal advice from us. Nevertheless,
Yeah, don't do that.
let it go. If you have no shortage of people, what are you going to be, Columbo with every dude who sends
Just
you
one
something?
more thing.
One more
Does your
thing.
penis look like a thumb?
I like women. No, you're not going to go down the rabbit hole with every one of these dudes just because this guy hit you the wrong way. I say let it go, man. I mean, no reason to throw tacks in the road in front of somebody. Something like, because what's going to happen? She's not going to send you a edible arrangement for warning. Oh, thank you so much. She's going to hate your guts. She's going to be mad at him. She's going to be mad at herself. They'll probably stay together in the long run. They'll figure it out, or just let it go.
Wow.
No point being the fly in the ointment. And if it's not you, it's going to be some other guy that this dude is going to hit up, and it's going to. I mean, something is going to explode down the road.
Would you want to know, though?
A grown woman and a grown man, huh?
No.
Like, before you got married to someone, I would want to know
Maybe
if
if he had done something. But he's just going back and forth on Reddit, like, hey, send me some D pics or whatever. I mean, if that's as bad as it gets, I mean, yeah, that's a huge thing to keep from. But maybe he's going to be an amazing husband. I don't know. Maybe he's going to be a great dad.
No, he's going to end up being a guy standing outside of a library saying, don't let these drag queens read to people.
Well, yeah, that could be it too, but he didn't mention anything about that. I'm just going by what this guy said. Should I find another way to warn her? What, skywriting?
Yeah, there you
I
go.
mean, you've done what you... I wouldn't have even gone that far.
You should try and see if she'll send you provocative messages too. Maybe they're both dirtbags.
Taste for some, So, and that's even beyond Poundcake.
That's not cheating respectfully.
That's right.
It's not even about, I was going to say it's not about cheating respectfully. You foiled my plan. But, it's just you're involving yourself in something because now you're in it. If something goes down, you're in it. They were like, oh,
why insert yourself into a
insert
situation?
yourself.
Right.
You didn't know what you didn't know. You didn't know what you didn't know until you knew it.
This guy came to you, and you did a little bit of digging
wasn't
for
your
whatever
fault.
reason. Yeah.
Sorry, he could have just cut it off. He could have just cut it off, say, I don't want to, I was creeping. I mean, not that you have to be honest with a cheater, but you could just cut it off if you felt weird about it. But it's not your place to insert yourself because you don't know if they have an arrangement. You don't know, she might be sick and, or she might have a foul smell down there and she's like, go do what you want, honey.
He always goes to foul smell.
Yeah,
why does he? What?
I don't know. But
Let's go to the most extreme. You were on a pretty good run there, and then you got to foul smell.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
I'm just saying, you're setting yourself up to be involved in other people's stuff, and you might not want to be involved. That's the whole point. You don't have to warn someone. That's not your business. Chances are,
And also,
she knows.
why take the chance? Even if she doesn't know, why take the chance this guy shows up on your doorstep?
That's what I'm saying.
Looking to put a bullet in your head. I mean, Jesus, people are psycho.
Because now it's
Move on to the next.
Because now it's not just her that's going to know.
Someone told me.
Her dad's going to know.
And I'm keeping this, anonymous. Someone just messaged me and said that they were the other woman and they didn't know they were. And when they found out, they went to the women that were in the relationship with the guy, and the women started hating her instead of their man.
That's what I'm saying.
And
Like,
then
that's the way it goes.
One of them still got married. Like they still.
That's the way it goes. They're going to stand by their man. You're going to be. There's no upside to this. Like best friends have, lost each other because one of them was like, oh, I thought you want to know. Like, and now what do I do with that information? Some people believe that ignorance is bliss. Yeah, it's not. There's no upside to it.
Now, Poundcake,
there's not a cash prize at the end of solving this puzzle.
Poundcake, if you were cheated on, would your first question be, did you do it respectfully?
No, because chances are if I found out about it, it wasn't respectfully.
Well, no, respectfully is on their end, not on your end. If you've done some investigating, that's one thing. If they tried to keep from hurting your feelings, that would seem to be the definition of doing it respectfully.
Being respectful is not getting caught and not having me find out about it. Like,
well, nobody can predict when they get caught.
Yes, they do.
Everyone who's ever committed a crime didn't think they were going to get caught.
Like being respectful would be, I need to make sure.
Being respectful, it seems to me that being respectful, the way you're talking about it, is going to great lengths to hide what's going on. That's the being respectful. Right.
Absolutely.
So if you find out, it's not for lack of trying on their part.
No, you just have to make sure.
Baby, you got to understand, I lied to you so much.
I know.
I really tried to lie to you so much.
I cared about your feelings.
Yeah.
I cared about you. I knew how much you would freak out. I knew you would hate me. I didn't want to hurt you.
It seems like there's a better way to care about their feelings than to just lie a whole bunch.
I put in so much work, but Poundcake put in more work. And that's on me, honey. That's on me.
Yeah, because you know me.
Because Encyclopedia Brown over here is working overtime.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you go. I think we all concur that you're in a mess over there, and maybe you should get yourself out of it.
Oh, you just made a mess.
I got to take a break. You want to send a text, 35192. Wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeart Radio app.
Cleveland's biggest party. WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Hey, Saturday night, if you're looking for your heavy metal, it's back on the Buzzard. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. We had a great first week. Week 2 is this Saturday night. Starts at 10 o'clock. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And we play you a bunch of stuff that we love over the course of 2 hours. We play music from local bands, and we play your requests. So Saturday night, 10 to midnight. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. If you are in a local band, send me something clean. We'll post the playlists week to week at the 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page. You can email any requests or anything else to htm@wmms.com. If you say yes?
The tournament started today, and there's already an upset. Number 13 Furman just beat Virginia.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. The bracket's busted.
Busted. What was Virginia ranked?
4.
Oh, wow. Number 13 what?
Furman.
Furman? F-U-R?
F-U-R, I think.
M-A-N?
M-A-N, yeah.
What is Furman?
I don't even know.
Wow. That's why I like the upsets.
Yeah.
Upsets are fun.
You're the only person that feels that way. Nobody else wants any
upsets.
I mean, things should go the way they're supposed to.
I like upsets.
No, of course.
Otherwise, if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, you might occasionally be upset. But for the most part, things go the way you'd like them to go, I hope. Let me know where you do that. If it's out of state, Justin listens in Phoenix, Arizona. Richard's down in the Florida Keys. Jordan's in St. Louis. Amanda is in Cary, North Carolina. Kim listens in Nashville. Our buddy Mike Cousins sent me a message. He reports for ESPN. He's down there in Charlotte. I'll show this to you if you're watching the live stream. A little message from Mike here.
On the 16th of March, 2023, in the year of our Lord Dick from Dayton, this is Mike from Charlotte requesting temporary bureau chief status in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I am outside of iHeartMedia Tulsa, which is located in a Regent Bank building here in the suburban sprawl of the city. Just letting you know that it's a beautiful area, Poundcake, for your future employment. And if you need any scouting on the area, I'm here for you.
There you go. I Heart Tulsa.
It does look kind of cool. It looks like so up to date.
Right there in the Regent's Bank building. All right.
Any building with super big tenant windows seems really important.
I'll tell you what, that was the building that I worked in Pittsburgh. It was at the top of kind of not a steep hill, but Parkway West, and the locals call it the Flash Cube. And it's a square, mirrored gold building. Looks like a flash cube. And they've since moved, but when I was there, that's where we were. And boy, if you were in the wrong room at the wrong time of day, like my office, sun would just beat into my office at certain times of day.
No blinds?
Very uncomfortable. Huh?
No blinds?
They didn't give me blinds.
You couldn't put any up. You buy everything else.
No. No, I wasn't buying blinds for my office.
I did like in the year of our Lord Dick from Dayton.
That's pretty good.
Quality.
Yeah, no, I'm not opposed. Everyone cracks jokes about me moving to Tulsa, but like I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, I just picked
all.
Tulsa out of a hat, by the way, for people who aren't really keeping track.
I want to move to like a rural state, but a big city, if that makes sense. So Tulsa, Oklahoma is not big, but like Tulsa is a pretty big city.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Oklahoma is not that big, but
yeah,
Tulsa, right.
It's a rural state, but Tulsa's a big
well,
city.
yeah, you don't want to work in the middle of nowhere. Obviously, you want to work in
a city,
in a rated market.
But I'm just saying, like somewhere, I feel like somewhere like Florida would be overwhelming because no matter where you go, it's a populated area. Like no matter where you go, there's people listening, and it's not like I don't want people to listen. It's just once I go home, I don't want to be bothered. Like I don't want to be around that many people all the damn time.
Well, there's only a handful of decent-sized markets in Florida anyway.
Because it's like the signal probably travels farther, right?
I don't know.
Or it reaches that many.
But I mean, like I remember earlier in my career, I got a job offer from Miami. And at that time, I was like, oh, my God, this would be amazing because it's a big market.
Mm-hmm.
and it was for a rock station. But you kind of got to know, you got to do a little bit of research too, because you can be the top-rated rock station in Miami, but you're still in like 12th place because it's not a rock market. They're playing like reggaeton and pop music and Jamaican, Cuban, salsa stations and things like that. So
that's another thing.
Ain't a rock market.
That's another thing that I like kind of struggle with. Where would I be placed? Like, what station would I work for? Would I be a contemporary music? Would I be?
What do you mean?
Like what? Would I go to another rock station? Would they book someone like me for a rock station? Would they bring me on there?
I don't know. You would apply to a radio station that had an opening.
I know, but don't you think
so you would know
genre matters?
You wouldn't. No, it doesn't. Actually,
doesn't?
No. If you listen, if somebody had wanted to hire me back in the day at a country station, I wouldn't have cared about the music, but I would have been good at what I do.
I don't care about the music. I don't care, but I feel like program directors would look at someone like me, or they would say, "Oh, you're on a rock station, but you do talk, so you're not a rock guy. So why would I bring you on my rock station?"
Well, you're not a rock guy.
I'm not.
You wouldn't get hired at a rock station.
But that's my point. Well, so where would I go?
They've never offered you a weekend shift at MMS.
No.
Right. Well, there's a very good reason for that. You don't know the music.
Yes, but my station is rock. This is a rock station.
Right, but that's just happenstance. I brought you onto my show, which is a talk show, which happens to be on a rock station.
I agree.
My previous show was on an alternative station, and the one before, so that's just happenstance. But if you sent somebody, hey, there's an opening at a rock station in Portland, they probably, I don't know if they, I mean.
They need to go put me
on. Well, not classic rock. Let me say this. Not classic rock. You can get hired at a classic rock station.
They need to go put me on the lake where they play anything.
Unless you did a lot of research. Like when I would apply to a radio station back in the day or send them my stuff, I did a lot of research on the radio station. So if they called me and wanted to talk to me, I could impress them by how much I knew about the station and their place in the market. And their, those are the things that I think are important to know. Now, that was back when there were, a lot of different radio station companies. Now there's like 6. So it's a little different, It used to be like your competition was, I'm going to kick your ass, up the street or whatever. Now you're all in the same building. Like, who cares? You just do your job. But again, this is all hypothetical because you're not hitting anybody up.
No.
So who knows who would hire you?
Well, I think we should do a mock interview right now of Poundcake applying to be on a country station.
Okay. I'm walking in. I'm dropping my briefcase. Go ahead.
You have a briefcase?
Yeah. You don't have a briefcase?
It's important.
Who do you want to be the PD or do you want me to be with PD?
Bill, you didn't answer his question. You don't have a briefcase?
I don't have a briefcase. Well, we gotta see whose parts are playing.
Oh, you'll be the general manager.
All right, I'm the general manager and you're the PD?
I'll be the janitor.
Okay, all right. Hey, thanks for coming in today to WGAY.
I
a little on the nose.
Thank you so much for bringing me in for an interview.
So, what made you want to come to a country station?
Well, I've always had a.
By the way, WGAY is a station in Sugarloaf Key, Florida. It's Party 105.7.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Key, all right.
It's in the Florida Keys, so they sought out those call letters.
Yes, they did.
All right, well, then this is already working out. Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, this is a different WGAY. This is
all right.
This is in Nebraska.
How about K? Then it would be KGAY.
Oh, KGAY. You see? You know your stuff, huh?
He's done his research.
On the other side of the Mississippi, you were KGAY.
Mm-hmm.
America's top gay country.
K-gay.
K-gay. Well, see, I feel really connected with the call letters. I really love Carrie Underwood, Rascal Flatts, Chris Stapleton.
We don't play any of them.
Well, it's only gay country artists.
Well, I can offer you something.
Dead air for open country artists.
I can offer you something that I'm sure.
It's just Kenny Chesney all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Take that, Kenny.
Shots fired.
I can offer you something that I'm sure none of your other candidates can offer. I actually had a song on a country station. It's called "My Truck, My Beer, My Guns."
Ooh, we don't like that here at
K-gay.
Yeah, we're very anti-gun. Trucks are all right.
Yep, they've staked themselves out as the one country formatted station.
Yes, and
anti-gun.
we are more of a seltzer station than beer.
Okay. Well, do you like my personality? You see that I'm trying here.
Ask someone if they like your personality. Yes. Wow, this guy.
This interview's going great where I didn't even get to ask him a question yet. He's just trying to tell me the things about him.
Say it again.
Say it again.
So how long have you been doing radio?
Well, I have been hired professionally at a radio station for 7 years, but I have been in radio for about 10.
And what did you do for those 7 years?
Pretty much nothing. Answered calls.
So you have no on-air experience?
Oh, no, I have on-air experience, but they just tell me I do nothing.
Who's they?
My old bosses.
Who is your old bosses?
Irrelevant now.
It's irrelevant.
That's
Your
why- that's why I'm
previous
leaving.
7 years
That's why
are
I'm leaving.
It's irrelevant.
They don't want to.
It's been consigned to the dustbin of history.
That's why I'm leaving. I want to leave it in the past. I'm moving here. I'm starting a new future at K-Gang.
All right, I'm going to pass you on to another opening we may have here. This is our janitor here at KK. I think you might be more suited for something in housekeeping.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I can't even keep my house together.
Oh. Hey, man, get over here. Help me sweep up the puke.
Who's puking? We're adults. Who's just puking randomly at a radio station?
This place called K-Gay, man. It's called K-Gay and nobody puking. Come on, get over here. Grab this mop.
It's K-Gay, not K. Never mind. Fine. Give me a
What was that? What was that? Is KK not what?
I don't want to say. I think.
No. I think you should say it. I think you should say it.
It's K-Gay, not K-Gag.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah,
you got the job, buddy.
Yeah,
you got the
did
job.
it.
All right, your salary.
He's a new overnight guy
Yeah.
at Party 105.7. You get paid $13 an hour.
$13
That's
an
a
hour?
raise.
Golly.
That is a raise. That's right.
My kid's going to have a good Christmas this year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have kids? Ooh. We don't hire gays with kids.
That's what dudes used to tell you when they wanted to hire you someplace warm. They'd be like, well, it doesn't pay a lot, but you get paid in sunshine. I got a job offer from the Florida Keys 100 years ago. They got, you get paid in sunshine. I'm like, do they take sunshine for rent payments? Because if not, I can't afford to live down there and pay make what you're going to pay me.
Do they have remote DJs now? Just like
What do you mean?
Someone living here, but they're on in Florida? Because you can just
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that.
Oh, they took our job.
Well, no, this company has tons of them. People just telling you what song you just heard? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that from anywhere. I mean, you can do any of it from anywhere.
So there's no.
A lot of people went home during COVID and never came back. They set up their laptop and they record their breaks, and that's it. The reason we never stopped going in is because I can't do the show I want to do from my house.
We tried a couple of times.
Well, we did a couple shows. I mean, when they were hosing the place down, we did a couple shows from at the very beginning of the pandemic, before we even knew it was a pandemic. We did a couple of shows from Bill's apartment, but then we went back in and we were the only ones. We were on a ghost ship for a year and a half.
Side note.
So I can't do this show from my house. What?
Is there a station called K-Gag? Like K-A?
K-Gag?
I don't know. K-Gag Radio.
Well,
there's K-G-A-F. I don't see K-Gag.
Those call letters are like, nope, it's just like a one of those plates, one of those vanity plates that gets banned. Like, you can't get these call letters.
Yeah, you're not going to get these, sir. K-Gag.
Like, I'm sure there's not a WKKK or something like that. Like, there's not stuff like that because that would be offensive, right?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that's offensive. I don't know. I mean.
Or instead of K-Gag, it's K.
There's WKKX in Wheeling, West Virginia. I don't see KKK. And there's a W-Gag Radio.
I love it.
WGAG is a low-power signal that serves Princeton, West Virginia. There you go. That's not that far away.
Princeton, West Virginia?
Get yourself over to, go to Princeton, West Virginia.
Yep, they need some representation down there.
WGAG, baby. I'm Poundcake. How you doing? God damn it.
And I would get fired because I took the Lord's name in vain. They take God very seriously.
The Lort. Well, no, you just don't want to get worry about the FCC. You don't worry about the Lort. It's only 5.5 hours to Princeton from here.
Yeah, West Virginia's not that far.
And you love West Virginia. You've said it many, many times how you really covet living and making a life in West Virginia. The Mountaineer State. It's near the very bottom of the state, almost to the Virginia line. You'll be enjoying your life in Princeton, being the new hot thing at WGAG Radio. Oh, boy. So, anyway, there's thank you, Mike. Our buddy Mike with ESPN, who's down there in Charlotte and happened to be in Tulsa and wanted to give little Poundcake some information as to what's going on there. We also have Brandon, who is one of our bureau chiefs. He listens in, let me get this right, he listens in Swift City, Arizona. You see Swift City? Glendale, Arizona is changing its name by decree of the mayor to Swift City because Taylor Swift is kicking off her tour there tomorrow and Saturday. So the mayor said, we're changing the name of our town to Swift City. I mean, I guess if Taylor Swift's going to come through, that probably brings some cash to your town. And that might be nice, I guess.
The power that she has changing your name.
I guess.
I'm really surprised that Gary, Indiana, because, I mean, no one's impressed to go to Gary, Indiana, but I guarantee if they changed it to, like, Jackson, Indiana, and everyone knew why, like, people would be more prone to go there, right?
Yeah, but they were born there, right? I mean, there's already a Jackson, Indiana.
Oh.
Didn't they grow up in L.A.?
No, they grew up in Gary.
Did they?
That was
I thought he moved. I thought he moved their ass to L.A. so they could make his kids stars and
I
start.
thought they were
they
on
were already
Motown,
signed.
right?
Yeah, Motown was in Detroit.
Yeah.
No, I know that, but I thought that he moved them to Los Angeles.
That was after they had already been signed, but
I see.
That's still where they came from.
But he's also, I mean, he probably lived in Gary till, what, 8 or so?
I don't know.
All right.
Enough for
Until
Jermaine.
until he was old enough to not find himself attractive anymore.
Enough for Jermaine to get his ass beat a couple times, and they're like, we moving to L.A.
Well, because there's multiple generations of that family. So there's the Michael generation, then there's the
Jermaine's,
the kids of
Your Majesty,
Your Majesty,
and Jafar.
And Jafar
Jackson. He's the one playing Michael in the biopic.
Come on, Jafar.
He looks like him too.
Which one? Which version of Michael?
Bad Michael Jackson. Like he's the light-skinned version.
The pedophile version. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad. He nailed it with that album title.
Bad.
It's very bad to do that.
You guys have no idea. Yeah. Well, good for him.
I don't know at what stage that stuff allegedly started to happen, but he looks like Michael Jackson.
So how did, we kind of moved a little bit away from it, but how did his interview go?
Oh.
He
got the job, I said.
Oh, he did get the job. Congrats, you got the job. Yeah, but you didn't say what day part he was working.
Oh, he's, I mean, all day he's the janitor. He's the new janitor.
No, you put me on the station.
He just said you got the job.
Hey, you got to wear a lot of hats in modern radio.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I'm the cleaning crew.
Yeah. All right, so you're going to be here. You're going to do the Sunday morning public affairs show.
You're better off. It pays better.
A janitor is probably a union gig.
Yeah, it pays way better than any on-air talent out in Nebraska.
Sure. That's why they have a hard time getting new talent at some of these stations, because they're like, Jesus, they can go down to Shake Shack and make more money than we're paying.
But radio is just what I've been called to do.
Well, there you go. Then it doesn't matter. If you do what you love, you never work a day in your life.
Lies.
Isn't that what they say? If you do what you love, that means
you'll be convinced to do stuff that you don't want to do because you want to do what you love. That's what it is.
Well, I think the implication is you're not doing it for the money. You're doing it for the love of the game. So if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life.
You do what you love, you're going to have multiple streams of income, and you need to work multiple jobs.
Sure.
To support doing what you love.
Alan, I'm seeing Taylor Swift in Cincinnati, and I just dropped $1,000 for 2 nights at a hotel. So, yeah, she brings money to a town.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that's wild.
$1,000.
Is that a lot for 2 nights at a hotel?
It's kind of a lot.
Yes, that's a lot.
I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch if you like at alancoxshow.com. And I will have those WWE Monday Night Raw tickets. They're coming back to Cleveland this summer.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
since 1973.
It's time to get stuff away.
All right, I want to go to the return of WWE Monday Night Raw. It's back at the Romo Fijo Monday night, June the 19th. Go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for the details. And tickets, all that. Get my last pair this week. Good luck. WWE Monday Night Raw in June. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Don't worry, spring is hiding just around the corner. And so is Poundcake.
Let me watch you poop.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send me a text? Go watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. Leave us voicemails on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It's always available to you. It's been working most of the week. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb Kent, been listening on the podcast. I've been keeping diligent notes in my official Alan Cox Show log. And looking back through the notes, it seems like we're real lean on Dick. Should we be concerned that this is like a Rick scenario? Because I don't know that we can lose another absolute legend calling of Dick and all of his amazing hot music takes. Also, could you hit the post on anything from Earth, Wind, and Fire? Love you, bye.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. 100.7 WMMS. Brady Song here from Earth, Wind, and Fire. A side project of Fire, Heat, and Dirt from Elgin, Illinois. This one's called Let's Groove on the Buzzard. Hey, Dick.
Alan and Bill and Poundcake and Mary, how are you?
You know, Dick, people are calling because they are worried.
Oh,
that...
wait a minute. Alan, listen.
Yes,
listen
sir.
to me. I've got an idea. This is what happens. I want you to know, you, Bill, and Mary, she came down to see me. I just wanted to say something that I am asking you, Bill or Mary or your production or any of your fans this summer, and you can take pictures of me and put them on there for something. But I just want to say something. Somebody, Elliot Yearing was a producer with you guys, and I was sick a little bit last week, but one of the guys asked me, and I didn't want him to send pictures, but this is what I feel, that you guys have been loyal to me. You're good people, but I want you guys to come down like Bill or Mary again sometime, or so I can play for you guys and you can take pictures. I think it's only fair. I mean that from my heart, Alan.
Right. Fair,
I really do.
Fair to us, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, you came down. Mary got me the shirt.
Yep.
You put me on there. You've let me call in. I thank your producer. I appreciate this. But one thing I got to say, my family was from Cleveland. My Lola T, that's why I call. You know, my cousin and everything. But my Lola T, you guys come down here to see me and show me your concern. And I just want to know that I am a fan of the Alan Cox Show.
Well,
and
Dick,
I mean that from my heart.
And Dick, I appreciate that.
No,
But
wait a minute.
I was just starting to say that we had callers worried that we hadn't heard from you in a while, and after we lost Rick last year, there were some callers making sure that you were okay.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
But see, it's not fair. It's not fair to Mary or you and Bill. See, if I go, a friend of mine wanted to pick me up, you know, and he's given me a lot of stardom, like you guys. But Bill came down, Mary came down. I still think I owe it to you guys to come and be a fan of yours in God. I mean that so heartily, Alan, from my heart.
Well, and whatever you're saying, Dick, I appreciate it. I'll take it in the spirit in which I assume it's being given. And okay, well, again, I just, when I saw you on hold, I was like, well, that's good news, because it had been brought to my attention that
you will have me. Listen, Bill, you will have me as a friend up there till my death, because you
Wow.
guys have been
When's
good
that?
to me. The station has been good, and I want you guys to, if Bill comes or something, I can give you a couple things. I can get you stuff, but I just want you to know that your program director, I think I should send more cards that I'm loyal to and everything like that. I mean that from my heart.
Well, I appreciate that. Where's all this coming from? Did you have a brush with death or what?
Well, this is what happened. One of my friends, he's from it's up north, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a guy that I've called like you for the year. We went down to his bar, and he took some pictures. And now I don't know if you knew Elliot. He worked up there, and he wanted to send you guys pictures. But I told him it would only be fair to me, Alan, that, I send you guys stuff, and not, favor. I'm a big iHeart Radio fan here in Ohio, but you guys have meant a lot to me. And I think I owe, for you guys to come down and if come up and play and something like that, because I feel that your producer, your program, Mary, you and guys are good people up there, and my friends in God, and go.
I think he means our program director. Dick, I want to be very clear and public about this. You don't owe us anything.
Yes.
You don't owe us anything.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, you don't even, whatever you're sweating, don't sweat it. I appreciate that you're a fan. You don't owe us anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
Uh-huh.
And I appreciate you guys.
Well, I just wanted to confirm that nothing, that no bad fortune befell you, Dick, since a couple of people have brought it to my attention that we hadn't heard from you for a while. I assumed that you were probably calling other shows and maybe we're busy. Post-retirement, you're a very busy guy.
And I appreciate what Mary, giving me that shirt and Bill. You don't know how much I'm thankful for that. I think
lost
that's
the one
a
that I
gift
bought
of
you.
God, Alan. Huh?
Then I bought you
But
one
I
a few
don't
years
want
ago.
you guys to think I'm going to forget you.
Well,
But I love you guys.
I never would. Love you too, Dick. Just take care of yourself, all right?
Okay, and I'll keep in touch, okay?
All right. Don't be a stranger, Dick.
Okay, thank you.
All right. There you go. There's Dick. In Dayton.
Licky, boom, doom, down.
What did I miss?
Right? I don't know. What did I miss?
Licky, boom, doom, down.
I don't know what the hell that was.
I was afraid for a second. I put my headphones on quick AF because I was like, oh my gosh, does he have like a diagnosis or something?
I was waiting for that. He was offering his unfailing loyalty to this fiefdom I've got here. And yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, probably had to wrap it up so he could call Bloom Daddy or something.
He ain't loyal.
Well, no. Listen, Dick has been, this guy started calling me as soon as I came to Cleveland. I didn't even know who he was. And people started to blow me up. Oh, my God, this guy calls everybody. Now he's calling you, too. And that's fine. But he doesn't owe me anything. That's silly. Bill's met him. Mary has met him. You and I haven't. I like to keep things professional. Listen, I invited Dick to our 10th anniversary show, right? I invited our regular callers at the time. I invited Rick. I called them each personally. I invited Rick. I invited Dick from Dayton. I invited Drunk Sue. I invited someone else. I forget who that was. And they all declined, which is perfectly fine. Maybe they were sheepish about it or whatever. Drunk Sue was the only one who showed up to our 10th anniversary show in 2019. But that's because there was a party going on, and it was fine to see her. But I invited Dick that one time, and he declined, and that's fine. But he doesn't owe me anything. But yeah, you're right. I was waiting for something to happen there, and
It was a very strange call.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe he had a brush with death. Maybe he took ill last week or something, and he started to see hallucinations. Maybe he woke up and didn't know where he was, and he's...
Speaking of hallucinations, I had a very vivid dream last night. It creeped me out to the point where I woke up and made sure I had to check myself. I was only getting wild with myself.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself, you mean?
So my roommate is, and I didn't tell him this because I didn't see him this morning because he leaves before I wake up. But my roommate is getting ready to move in with his girlfriend because she just got a house. So I'm either going to be moving out of my place or staying.
Taking a lover?
Taking a lover.
To split the rent.
Sure. Or but
you're probably going to be moving is what you're trying to say.
I might be moving, or I'm just going to buy this, rent this place on my own. I've never lived on my own, but I kind of like my location.
Okay.
But
Good spot. Is it?
It's
how much
something
do
you
pay
can
a
afford?
month? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to tell.
You said what?
How much would you pay if it was just you?
Like 900.
You can do that.
You pay $450 a month now?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, what a
Man,
life.
I know,
What a
right?
life.
That's
God,
That's
who
why.
bless
That's why we
America.
have roommates. I'm supposed to.
No, I understand. No, I get it.
I got other things now. Now that I have like
Good
a
for
car
you.
note and stuff, but
Yeah.
that's the whole point. But yes, I probably could do it on my own. It's just
But living by yourself is priceless. It is worth paying twice the rent.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if I go somewhere else, my rent is probably going to go up because I don't know.
You'd have to find another roommate. You'd have to, you'd have to try and find a place cheaper. Which I don't know if you're going to find a place.
That's what I'm saying. All the places I've
cheaper.
lived, the only place I've lived that has been above $1,000 was with Gay Bay, and that was we split it 3 ways, so I was okay with that. It was I think Gay Bay was like $1,250 or $1,300 a month.
It was a financial three-way is what he's trying to say, Bill.
Yay! Yeah, and so that was a certain time in my life where I was like, okay, well, I got 2 other people, and we all chipped in for food. But that's besides the point. So last night had a very vivid dream that I was tossing off with the door open. And
which you can do if you live by yourself.
That's what I'm saying.
You can do it in any
That's
room
what
of the
I'm
house.
saying.
That's why he woke up. He's like, I either have to murder my roommate or see to it that he moves in with his girlfriend. With the quickness.
Yeah, I had a dream last night that I was tossing off, watching porn with the door open, and my roommate walked in and saw, and like it just made things really awkward. Like I don't remember too much. I just remember him walking in, looking into my room, and then going to his room because he has to walk past my room to get to his room, and he didn't say anything. But then once I realized that he saw, I got up and closed the door. And
were you still going while you
got up to close the door?
Like duck walking?
I don't remember, but it was one of those vivid dreams where you feel everything. So I felt like when I got up, I felt like myself getting up and then the wind blowing on my private parts. Like, the gust of wind where you're like walking around naked. So then I woke up, I was like, oh. So my hand was in my pants, but my door was closed. So I'm like, I don't know if I was sleepwalking and he really did see me. So I have to ask when I get home because this was last night. So I was like, I don't know if it really happened.
Hey, man, did you walk by my room when I had my hands in my pants and I was asleep?
I don't know if it really happened or if I was lucid dreaming, but I'm like, this is the type of stuff that I don't want to live alone for because then I'm going to be like, what type of dreams am I going to have if I'm by myself? I'm just going to be walking around nude and it's going to be the norm. So then I'll just answer the door like, oh, wait.
Yes, living by yourself's the best. The best.
I already pooped with the door open and he scared me one day because.
Well, that's just gross if you have other people in the house.
Well, he works like he leaves in the morning.
Yeah.
But he doesn't report to me if he has like a day off or he calls off or whatever. So last Friday,
like cracking himself up over this.
Last Friday, I was at work, like I was working in the kitchen because I just set my laptop on there, and he comes walking through. I was like, ah! Like he scared me. I'm like, dude, you have to let me know when you're home because I'm in there pooping with the door open. I'm playing music loud. I'm living as if I live here by myself. Mm-hmm. So if you don't want to see nothing, give me a warning because I didn't know he was home.
Don't say nothing, won't be nothing.
It smells like the devil pinched off a loaf in here.
But that was a very traumatic dream.
Well, you're laughing a lot about it. It doesn't sound too traumatic. Seems like it spurned you to get your own place.
Well, that's one part of it, and 2, I just have to make
move back to Prospect. You could be throwing more than hands.
I wouldn't mind going back to that place
There
now
you
that
go.
now that I know how to appreciate it. I mean, hell, according to you guys, it was a downtown place with a parking spot included.
Yeah, you were on the east side.
Yeah. So now that I would actually have time to appreciate it, and I wouldn't be a minimalist anymore.
All right, so the TLDR on this is that Poundcake had a dream where he's whacking off.
And he wants to live alone.
Mm-hmm. So he can do it.
For real.
With unbridled, with reckless abandon.
He wants to make his dreams come true.
He wants to be running through his house, one hand on himself, another hand doing God knows what.
Well, I've only been
Well, I have a
caught.
burrito in the other hand or something.
I've only been caught tossing off twice.
I never got caught.
I got caught. Well, I did. They didn't see me tossing off, but they saw me looking at porn. Like my mom caught me one time, and then the other time,
A ghost caught you once.
a human being. I'm talking about a human being.
Okay.
Oh.
The other one was when I was at Gay Bay. There were no boundaries. There was no. You can't walk into a room when we're having private moments. And my friend walked in, and like I had my headphones in, so I didn't hear him. He just walked in, and my head was turned the opposite way, and so he stood there for a minute. And then when I got done, and we're having dinner, and I'm walking downstairs, he's like, "Did you wash your hands?" he's like, "Did you wash your?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" He's like, "That porn that you were watching was pretty hot." I'm like, "Oh, dude,
Pretty hot.
like this is why we need to establish boundaries as roommates." He's like, "Oh, please, yeah, right."
Cannot believe what I'm hearing.
Yes, I'm cheating on you, Ghost Bag.
What the hell is going on around here, Poundcake? You know who this is?
I know who it is.
Do you?
I'm pretty frustrated. It's Ghost Bag.
Yeah, it's Ghost Bag, that's right. I have been gone for a minute. I gotta do my own thing too. And I come back and I hear you talking about I had a dream and I was whacking off and now I want my own place. Who do you think was giving you them dreams, dummy?
Well, that's not fair. Don't be. I have anxiety. You can't be doing stuff like that because I woke up screaming in a cold sweat.
Anxiety.
No.
Anxiety. Come on, man. Who do you think is putting them dreams in your head? I am.
If you were doing what you were supposed to be doing, then this would never have happened.
It's time for us to get our own place, son. It's time. You're a grown-ass man. You should be running around your own house, whacking it wherever you want.
And make things easy for you.
In the stove, on the sink, in the fridge, in the fireplace. Yeah, that's right. Your new place had a fireplace.
Ooh, a fireplace. I'm cool with that. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Think about it. All the things that we could be doing, hanging out together. I'd be hiding. You wouldn't know I was there, but it's your house. You can do whatever you want to, baby.
All right, well, I'm working on it, but in the meantime, take it easy on me. Don't be doing that.
How many more dreams do I have to give you?
I don't know.
I've been trying to send these messages to you, and you're just not picking up on it. Come on, man.
Well, it takes me a minute.
Yeah, it sure does. I was watching you while you slept. Took you more than a minute.
Well, you're cruel.
I'm not cruel. I'm just looking out for your best interest, Poundcake. That's all I want.
You're looking out for your best interest.
Of
you
course
want.
I am.
You want to see
my
me?
My interests are your interests, dummy.
No, you want me in a compromising position.
You mean like the back of a Volkswagen?
It's not the joke.
Hi, what? Who
It's
is
an
that?
uncomfortable place.
Who is that? I don't know. Bill, is it?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know. Anyway, Poundcake, I was just checking in. Get your own place, sucker.
I'm working on it.
It's working on it. You're like 40. Come on, man.
I'm not 40. Screw you.
All right, well, just work on it, okay?
All right.
All right. I'll be watching.
I know.
Now, some people need a push. Little Poundcake needs a push to get his own place, maybe. But, boy, the living is easy, whether it's summertime or otherwise, when you're by yourself. It's not too shabby at all. I got to take a break here. I will have those Adam Sandler tickets for you if people have been hitting me up for those. He is coming to do a show at the Romo Fijo, bringing a surprise guest with him. So 2 tickets for Adam Sandler on the way. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing college basketball bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Adam Sandler. He is back on the road. He's stopping off in Cleveland. And he says that he's bringing a surprise guest. Adam Sandler on tour. He's going to play the Romo Fijo on Wednesday, April the 19th. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com if you want to look into buying tickets, whatever other info there is on the show. But you can get this pair by being caller 10. I can be my last pair this week. Good luck. 2 for Adam Sandler. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man. He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Classic Clapton song, Layla. This is technically Derek and the Dominoes, kind of a little super group back there in the early 70s that he had formed with some other guys, and weren't around for very long. The guy playing the drums there is a guy named Jim Gordon, who is one of the most prolific and recorded drummers of all time. If you are a drummer, like I am, you have played some Jim Gordon music at some point.
Not too shabby as a police commissioner either.
Well, he and the Batman don't always see eye to eye, but Jim Gordon has died at 77 years old. Now, he did die in prison. I'm bearing the lead here. In 1983, he killed his mother. He had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he beat her with a sledgehammer and then stabbed her to death. And they gave him 16 years in prison.
Good thing he didn't do that in Taylorsburg or whatever it was. They'd be like, oh, no foul play here. Was that Taylorsville?
Oh, in
Mississippi?
In Mississippi, yeah. Well, also, I don't know that Taylorsville story. I don't know if... I would have thought they would have mentioned if the cops thought an animal ate the body or something, but I didn't see anything. But anyway, Jim Gordon died in prison, or I think technically like in a mental care facility or something, but he kept repeatedly getting denied parole. He should have been out in the early 2000s based on his initial sentence. They gave him 16 years in 1983, but he died in prison yesterday or Tuesday maybe. And he packed a lot into a 20-year career. It's not like the guy, obviously he didn't do anything else once he was in prison. But this guy was on everything. Jim Gordon, he was in a band called the Incredible Bongo Band, and they did a song called Apache, which to this day is one of the most sampled drum beats of all time that Jim Gordon played. You hear this in like Grandmaster Flash music, and this thing has been sampled a billion times. But Jim Gordon was a protege of a drummer named Hal Blaine, who is also one of the most recorded drummers of all time. But Jim Gordon played on Pet Sounds for the Beach Boys. He played on Classical Gas, which was this big hit song in the late 60s. He got so busy as just a studio musician that he was flying from LA to Vegas every day so that he could play Caesars at night with whoever he was playing with and record in LA during the day. So he recorded with Clapton, and he went with Derek and the Dominoes. And I mean, I was just looking over his Wikipedia. His partial Wikipedia is just unbelievable. Played with Duane Allman and recorded with the Byrds and the Carpenters. A couple of Alice Cooper albums. He played for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. He played for Neil Diamond. George Harrison played Steely Dan. You know, those guys were notorious for having dozens and dozens of studio musicians on their albums. He played on a song called Here at the Western World, which is not one of my favorites, but it's a good song. He played on John Travolta's self-titled debut album. Played with Frank Zappa. So basically everybody. Righteous Brothers. So Jim Gordon, who was in prison since the mid-'80s for killing his mom, died at 77 years old. He was at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville, California. But one of the most recorded drummers of all time. And he's the guy playing on Layla. Which Eric Clapton still makes a lot of mailbox money off of Layla because, you know, every time Scorsese is going to do a new movie, here comes another check for Layla. But, yeah, so there you go. I hadn't heard Jim Gordon's name in a long time because obviously he's been incarcerated for decades. But, boy, just going over the stuff that this guy has played on, just knock you out. The Incredible Bongo Band, 1972. That song Apache is one of the most sampled drum breaks in history. So, no more Jim Gordon. Now, Commissioner Gordon, I don't know. As you mentioned, I don't know how he's doing. Alan Poundcake might love it in Tulsa. It's one of our Oklahoma bureau chiefs. Poundcake might love it in Tulsa because they just vetoed a bill that would ban hitting students with disabilities.
And if he can't whip them, he can't
watch them. So who knows? You might have some part-time work as a teacher of some kind. And Oklahoma wants to make they want to make damn sure that you can punch kids with disabilities.
I am never, ever. They can't have me be a teacher. Are you nuts?
Poundcake, why'd you hit that kid? He wasn't listening. He's deaf.
I'm living in Oklahoma. Yeah, he couldn't hear you.
Oop, my bad.
Well, listen, there are a lot of states that still allow corporal punishment in public schools, but I think it's funny that imagine somebody brings a bill to the floor in Oklahoma and they go, I would like to ban corporal punishment for students with disabilities. And people go, nah, I think you should still be able to hit kids with disabilities. All right. So, yeah, Poundcake has said many times, if he can't whip him, he can't watch him. So that might be one. I don't know if that's working for or against.
What's the other big city in Oklahoma?
Oklahoma City.
Oh, okay.
What's the other big city in Oklahoma?
What's the other big city in New York?
Right on the top of my tongue, tip of my tongue. Oh, it's right there. It's a city in Oklahoma. What is it? It's, oh, God. Oklahoma City would be. The one with the NBA team?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we just need to go home?
Yeah, we're almost out, baby. We're almost out, right? Bill and I have to work tomorrow. We'll be doing the thing at the Clevelander, of course. But
I don't. Tomorrow, the weekend is going to start. People have been asking, is there going to be a get down?
I was curious as well.
There will be a get down. I don't know what it's going to be, though.
We could do it. We could. I mean, listen. Even if the Clevelander is packed, and it will be, nuts to butts, still, most people listening won't be at the Clevelander. So they might still expect it at its normal time.
All right.
A little bit after 6 o'clock.
The key to my existence tomorrow is to pace myself.
Yes.
Because that's going to be a long day. 10 to 7 is a long day of drinking.
That's right. Yep. We just got to, take it easy.
Mm-hmm.
And
easier said than done, though, because once people start showing up and they go, hey, you want to do a shot?
I understand. But also, you can technically do the get down anytime you want. You could do the get down at noon.
We could start.
It is St. Patty's Day.
Yeah.
You could do multiple get downs.
Ooh.
Because you've got second shifters, you've got first shifters, the world is your oyster.
We'll see what happens.
All right.
If Poundcake is worried about being too reliable and showing up on Friday, he could always say, I don't know, and show up anyways.
How is that a solution? That's probably what he's gonna do.
That's basically what he's doing.
Yes. What?
You don't know that.
Yeah, we do.
I haven't decided.
You're gonna show up.
You're gonna walk in. Please. That many people who might possibly want to see you. no way you're going to pass that up.
Possibility of getting a few free drinks and making $16
without having to without having to sip seductively.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
You just stand there and bask.
Oh, the men. Yes. I mean, I still don't know.
Yeah, a lot of those guys are with their wives and girlfriends, but sure, whatever.
And
yeah, well,
I got all this glass on my face for looking, and that's just what I'll do.
glass on my face. See that Ja Morant interview that Jalen Rose did with him?
I didn't see it.
So Ja Morant from the Memphis Grizzlies, this dummy, he's got he's on top of the world, right? I mean, he's doing well. Grizzlies are going to be a playoff team. And Ja Morant whips out a gun in a nightclub or something. And so the NBA, they say, well, we're going to look into it. We don't know. And at first blush, it thought maybe they'd let it blow over, which is what I'm sure they wanted to do. But it got to be a bigger deal. So now they've suspended him for 8 games without pay for conduct detrimental to the league is what the NBA is saying. And so they put Jalen Rose down in front of Ja Morant over on ESPN to do an interview with him. And it's like you can smell the wood burning from Ja Morant as he's trying to remember the script that the PR people have just asked him to repeat on camera. Because, I'll play it for you, but Jalen Rose is like, hey, man, I've been there. The whole, what were you thinking? And then Ja Morant goes into, but you can see he's trying. You want me to show it to you or just play it?
Yeah, you can show it.
I'll show it to you if you're watching the live stream here. Jalen Rose talking to Ja Morant.
You at the spot, Shotgun Willie's. I've been there. You are holding a gun.
Okay, wait, pause real quick. So when he's saying he's been there, he's literally saying, I've been to that spot.
Yes, I've been to that place.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought he was saying, I've been in, I put myself in dumb situations before.
No, I've been to the place you've been to. Yeah, Shotgun Willie's. Hey, man, there's a gun in the name. I didn't understand properly. Ja Morant's a young guy, right?
Yeah.
He's 24, 23, something like that.
A gun. And we both know how dangerous that can be. Whose gun were you holding?
Well, the gun wasn't mine. It's not who I am. I don't condone any type of violence, but I take full responsibility for my actions. Made a bad mistake, and I can see the image that I painted over myself with my recent mistakes. But in the future, I'm gonna show everybody who Ja really is, what I'm about, and change this narrative.
Gotta change that narrative. But he's like, just remember what they told you to say. Just remember what they told you to say. So for Memphis Grizzlies fans, and I put a bet on them a long time ago to get into the finals. So Ja Morant might be screwing me too.
I mean, he'll be back for the playoffs.
I know, but come on, man.
Yeah. It is a distraction for sure. How's your bracket looking? Did you do a bracket for our tournament?
Didn't do a bracket.
You didn't do it?
Nope. I got my own thing going over on FanDuel.
I didn't know you didn't do that.
I didn't do the office bracket.
Oh.
No.
I like when you do the office bracket. Poundcake, you probably didn't do it either, did you?
No, I didn't do it.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
I do. I was thinking, I was like, how can I play this? No, I didn't do it. I can't even pretend that I know what I'm talking about. So no, I didn't.
What was the buy-in on it?
There's no buy-in. You just play.
Well, what's the prize?
They have gift cards.
Oh God, Heinen's.
No,
gift
no,
cards?
like cash gift cards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like $200 or something.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't do that because I don't know. I just didn't do it because the last time I did it, I think I was solidly in the middle.
Well, I mean, that's just how it goes. Right now, I've got two of the first 2 games completely whiffed on, and then I've got one, so I'm at 1 point so far.
Okay,
we'll see.
Well,
see how
congratulations.
it all lays out. Let's see if Mary signed up for it or not.
She did pretty well, I think, the last time she was in it. But I didn't pay that. I didn't pay that close attention to it. I've only done it a couple of times, and I had decided I wasn't going to do it this year.
What is the point?
You need to call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, I do not. Nope. Hello, 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Alan Cox. What, Cody?
What is the point of people buying, like, companies buying lottery tickets, like a lottery pool? So everyone's going to get rich together? Is that the mindset behind it?
The more likely, I guess the thought is, the more likely if a bunch of people go in that they'll have numbers that come up as winners and then they split. Historically, that has not been a great way to keep your friends at work because there's always some lawsuits or fights over who had the tickets or who bought them. Or sounds like a great.
Have one that way?
Oh yeah, yeah. It sounds like a great idea on paper, and then because nobody really thinks they're going to win, but then you have an office of people who do win, and you'll invariably have one or two people that are like, "Well, I wanted to buy in, but woulda, coulda, shoulda." Is where some people come from, or people arguing about who actually bought in for the ticket, or, well, the whole office should win even if we didn't buy in because it's a small. It's just just buy them yourself.
Yeah, I remember we did that here a couple years ago, and I was like, why would I? I want to get rich by myself. I don't want to get rich with y'all.
Well, yeah,
because part of the joy of being rich for Poundcake is being able to hold it over his friend's head.
Well, a few years ago, there was this office in California, and there was about a dozen people, and they won about $500 million. Wow. But invariably, these people will always spend time in court because they'll argue over who gets what. And, okay, so the California one went pretty smoothly, but a couple of years prior, there were a dozen people that worked at a bakery outside Chicago, and they won $118 million in 2012, and they were still in court 6 years later. It took 3 years and 6 law firms to settle the dispute because these 12 people who all bought in for the tickets, 11 other people from the business said that, hey, we were in on this too, but X, Y, and Z. And so then everybody starts fighting. And the trouble with that is nobody gets a dime until it's settled in court.
Oh, I hate everyone.
So, well, the smart thing, though, is to have a rider, not a rider, but like a waiver or have something in writing for everybody who's in your office pool so everybody knows what's going on. It's the word of mouth thing that gets people screwed. Get everything in writing when you could potentially win $500 million. Because even honest people might be tempted to go, well,
and that
I
green-eyed
bought
monster
in on
comes
it.
out. Yeah,
that's right. So it can go that way, or it can go the way where, there's been office pools of people and they're just high-fiving each other and loving life because now they all have, $30 million or whatever. Youngstown, Ohio, 2011. A guy sued his coworkers at a cabinet company because he said he had been in their office pool for 8 years, and they should have covered him when he was out with a back injury.
You're obligated to cover someone.
His thought is, hey, I've been in this the whole time. Why did you leave me out? The $99 million is what they won. And, of course, he's out with a back injury, so I'm sure the first thing they thought is, well, there's one less person we got to contend with. We could leave Eddie out.
Ooh, that's just
Where was
real
that at?
bad luck.
Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, I'll be there at the Funny Farm April 21st and 22nd.
How do you get tickets?
BillSquire.com.
In New Jersey in 2009, Americo Lopez won Mega Millions worth $38 million using a ticket he bought as part of an office pool. But instead of telling them, he asked his boss for time off to have foot surgery. The coworkers found out and sued him. Grand Bay, Alabama, 2009. Former Waffle House waitress Tonda Dickerson won $10 million with one of 5 tickets that a customer gave to employees. And the coworkers said that they had all agreed to split the winnings and buy the customer a pickup truck. This woman says, well, that was just an oral contract, but because gambling's illegal in Alabama, you can't enforce it. So all these people immediately become legal experts when they're trying to figure out how to get their hands on more money. And I would think, look, man, if we've won this much money, let's split it up. If you win $300 million.
Overnight.
Right.
Poundcake, you wouldn't want to split it up, though?
I mean,
We won $300 million.
Do I
we,
want
we,
to?
we have a show lottery ticket. Me, you, and Alan. Mary wasn't here that day, so she doesn't get any. No, you have to share with.
But I'm going into it knowing that I'm sharing. If I win, I.
But
share
we have
with you
nothing
guys.
written, and you're the one that bought the ticket.
I don't want the hassle. No,
You're
I don't
just sharing it.
No, I don't. I'll share it because I don't want the hassle. What is $300 million versus $100 million? It seems the same.
Well,
to
you're not
someone-
getting $100 million if you're splitting it 4 ways.
I thought you said we're splitting $300 million, so we each get $100 million.
Well, I'm also including Mary. I was joking.
He was
about
joking
that,
about not including Mary. See?
See, no.
This is what it is. I don't know.
We're both poor, so Mary will understand
But
that.
even that, split it 4 ways. You're still richer than you'd ever be otherwise.
Mary
and how
was
much money
poor.
do people? How much money do people need? They don't need that much.
I like a nice round number. $100 million sounds better.
You would
than,
sock it away and live off the interest no matter how much it was. See, here's a nice story. Louisville, Kentucky, about 10 years ago. A bunch of IT workers chip in. They win $1 million in the Powerball. And then they decided to share it with 2 people who had pitched in for a long time, but were gone when the winning ticket got collected. They were like, look, these people have been with us a long time in this pool. Let's cut them in. I think that's the sweet spot. I think if you have, let's say you have 9 people and they win $300 million, everybody goes bananas. But if you have 1 million and 30 people, they all go, well, yeah, because it's still a lot of money, but it's not so much.
It's not life-changing money.
Well, it's still life-changing money, but I mean, it's well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. But it's
what,
enough.
1 million?
It's enough where you go, yeah, let's all take a piece of this pie. It's when you get into the hundreds of millions and fewer people,
Because it's
people
unfathomable.
get super greedy. Yeah. And you think it would go the other way.
I think
don't
it just
know.
depends on the people. Too.
Human nature's weird. Only participate in a lottery group with people you know and trust, they say. Give photocopies of the front and back of each ticket to all pool members. Distribute an accounting of all money collected and all tickets purchased before the drawing. Yeah, these are things that any normal office pool would do. But it's the people who get a boner. And again, people don't expect to win. So you're surprised. That's probably part of it too. You go, oh my God, we won $383 million. And somebody in that group is going to be like, how do we cut Janet out? Deborah's a bitch. She shouldn't get anything.
That would be me.
Yeah.
We know.
Remember when you stole
That's why
my
we
pin,
asked you.
bitch?
Hey,
Deduction?
you're my chief petty officer. That's why we asked you. All right, I got to take a break. Our buddy Jim Tews is in town to do one night tonight at Hilarities, and so we'll catch up with him shortly. I'll have those Leonard Skinner tickets for you. They are doing a benefit show, Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica, if you want to go see Skinnerd for the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. That's coming up in May, so we'll do that coming back. 35192 to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, some showers, a low in the mid-40s. On St. Patrick's Day, showers should end by midday. Then temperatures will be close to 50 in the morning, falling to around 40 in the afternoon. Saturday, partly sunny with some snow flurries, high around 30.
This report is sponsored by MGM Northfield Park.
Visit MGM Thursdays and Saturdays in March for the $150,000 Battle of the Brackets. Winners will compete in a head-to-head challenge and battle their way to the finals. The farther you advance, the more you can win. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Do you feel uneasy, irritable? Does your Spectrum bill give you anxiety or cause you to make angry noises? You may be suffering from a serious condition known as UPH, unexpected price hikes.
It could happen to anyone, even you. Spectrum raised rates on millions of customers last year. You could get stuck paying more than you expected.
But now there's a solution to put an end to your suffering. T-Mobile 5G home internet is just $50 a month, and it comes with T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. That means they won't raise your home internet rate ever.
Side effects include feelings of joy when you receive your bill, no annual contracts, and no monthly fees.
Try T-Mobile home internet for just $50 a month with AutoPay. Plus, get price lock guarantee and put an end to the fear of unexpected price hikes today.
They won't raise my internet rates? Thanks, T-Mobile.
Check availability at T-Mobile.com/5G Internet.
Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Qualifying credit and service required. Regulatory fees included in $50 price for qualified accounts, plus $5 per month without autopay.
Using your phone should never have to be a luxury. Walmart Family Mobile.
What up, Alan? Y'all forgetting one important factor for Poundcake in whatever job market he work in. The place he works, the job market he works in has to have skyscrapers. You got to remember that about him. So whatever market he work in, they have to have probably at least 4 to 5 buildings with a minimum of 200 floors. All right, later.
For you, is that a negative thing? Like, because it's a chick show, you didn't want to watch it? Hey, Alan, you just referred to a show as a chick show, and that's why you didn't watch it. Now, I do have a question for you. Is that a negative thing? Like, because it's a chick show, you didn't want to watch it, and that's negative? Or also, is it okay that I watch guy shows? I'm very confused.
To tomorrow morning at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours only. Wendy's, quality is our recipe.
When you ask people here what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler, for some, it's the unbeatable pricing. We get it through our direct importer, no middleman connections, the foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's uncompromising quality, from hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings, only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom, with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees, and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing, it's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, showroom hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
Hey, it's Rover, ready for the underdogs, the upsets, and the unbelievable action from DraftKings Sportsbook. The biggest tournament in college basketball is here. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on college hoops and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, for a limited time, all customers can score a no-sweat bet during round 1 and 2 of the tournament. Go to the app, opt in, and place a no-sweat bet this weekend. If it doesn't hit, you'll get a bonus bet back up to $10. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and sign up with code BUZZARD. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly, win or lose. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code BUZZARD. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and older. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus issued as bonus bets. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing college basketball bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Safe Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Savings vary, terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
Chipotle's new Chicken Al Pastor is where fire meets flavor. Starting with chicken fresh off the grill, combined into a rich marinade of seared morita peppers and ground achiote, balanced with a splash of pineapple for the right amount of heat, and finished with fresh lime and hand-cut cilantro. Chipotle's new Chicken Al Pastor is fire on every level. Only available for a limited time. Order now in the app for pickup or delivery. Chipotle, for real.
Hey, it's Charlie, and you've got to try the new Monster Energy Zero Sugar. It's 100% Monster with none of the sugar. So check it out. Right now, you can stop by any area Circle K store now through March 31st. Scan the Monster QR code for a chance to win an exclusive Monster fridge and a 1-year supply of the new Zero Sugar Monster Energy. And it doesn't stop there. I've got a bunch of Monster branded hoodies, thermals, and flap hats for runners-up. Try new Monster Zero Sugar, available at Circle K today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and diagnose your check engine light for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Avon on Center Road across from JCPenney.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Oak Traffic Center, if you were injured because of medical malpractice, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. A traffic collision, expect lane closures. 480 East at Grayton Road, traffic is backing towards Columbia. A disabled vehicle on 237 South near the airport exit in the right lane. Accident being cleared west 130th Street north of Snow at Corporate Drive. A wreck in downtown Cleveland, West 3rd Street and West St. Clair. And looking for an incident on 77 South near Wallings. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Cleveland Museum of Art.
Immerse yourself in the opulence of Henry VIII, Bloody Mary, and Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, at the Tudors Art and Majesty in Renaissance England. Now through May 14th at the Cleveland Museum of Art.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
It's The Woody Show.
Hello.
Rod Ryan Show, check it in.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
Alter Ego, are you ready?
All of the best free curated playlists.
My favorite music.
A little bit of everything.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
Stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox, baby, give big stuff away. Give stuff away.
I want to go see Lynyrd Skynyrd. They are part of the 2023 Rock in CLE. fundraiser for the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. It's going to happen at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica on Saturday, May the 20th. All the proceeds of Rockin' Silly go toward the Western Reserve Land Conservancy's tree planting initiative to revitalize Cleveland as the forest city. All the tickets, all the info, jacobspavilion.com. A couple tickets here for Skinnerd in May. Good luck. Car 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text. Hey, Jim Tews is here.
What's up?
Hi, Jim Tews.
Hi.
You might have seen Jim Tews many years ago on the Alan Cox Show comedy tour.
Yeah.
You might have been to one of his album recordings live. You might have seen him on... Well, you did Last Comic Standing, am I remembering correctly?
Yep.
You might have seen him on...
Louis?
You were on Louis.
I was on Louis.
Right? You might have read his book, Felines of New York.
Correct.
Right? Now in its 12th publication.
Close.
12th edition.
Second run.
Hey, second. That's pretty good, though.
Awesome. I know.
You get any mailbox money for that still?
Well, no, but I get statements that show how much
close you are to getting mailbox money.
Yeah, how far I am from getting mailbox money.
Yeah.
But at this point, like, when you get in a publishing advance,
I was gonna say you're not still paying back.
You don't have to pay it
advance,
back. So I just kind of laugh and I go, "Oh, Simon and Schuster, you fools!"
Right. You took them for a ride.
I mean, I hope to get them their money back.
Mm-hmm.
But
so what else is
how
going
far away
on?
are they from?
Yeah, how far?
recouping?
Wow. I'm trying to think of a comparison. More money than I could pay back in 5 years of savings.
You got their money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Solid.
Let's say like it would probably be like a
Just give the hard numbers.
I honestly don't remember. It would be like
It's a lot of zeros.
It would be like a fixer-upper near the airport.
Got it.
Jim is doing one night tonight at Hilarities. This is a 7 o'clock show. We were talking about friends the other day, and Bill pointed out that you are arguably his oldest friend.
Yeah.
That I still keep in touch
That
with,
he
yeah.
still keeps in touch with.
Yeah, I don't know what your childhood friends are like, but
I don't really talk with them all that much. So, like, I would say the ones that, like, I keep in touch, because I had two very different lives, too.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
pre-mission and post-mission, I was a very different person. And so I just, I built a new whole, like, support system. And
you had to join a different gang.
Yep.
So what brings you to Cleveland for St. Patrick's Day Eve?
The weather.
Oh, of course. Listen, look
nice
outside.
out today.
It is
It's
pretty nice.
balmy. You couldn't have done better than to get out of New York for a hot minute.
No. Yeah, well, that's what brought me here, is to get out of New York for a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
Any hot minute I can grab to get out of New York, I'll grab.
Do you do the road much?
Probably, I wouldn't say much by comparison of most. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that just a function of I don't really have to right now?
Demand?
I don't want. Well, I don't want to say demand because that's a sliding scale.
Right.
But is it also a function? I mean, if you started calling clubs, you could get booked doing road work
Theoretically.
easily. I think that you obviously could.
Yeah.
But is it a function of you going? I don't.
A lot
it's
of times,
not really something I want to do.
Here's what'll happen is I'll be like, man, I got to get on the road more. I want to write more stuff and like polish this material that I've worked on, because that's been my process for the last like almost 20 years.
Right.
So I'll get excited and then I'll like write down a list of clubs. Maybe I'll email a couple and then I'll go on Instagram and I'll just see 3 videos in a row of like a comedian getting screamed at.
Right.
Or getting a beer chucked at them.
Right.
Or babysitting. And I'm like, oh,
Or
right.
a YouTuber who the clubs are kind of getting used to YouTubers now putting asses in seats.
Yeah.
Or they might not have an act. They'll do 45 minutes of Q&A.
Right.
But the people are buying drinks and jalapeno poppers.
Which is what really matters for the club.
Right. If you're the club, that's
good
what
on them.
matters. But
Right.
it's like that's not something that comics had to contend with 20 years ago.
Right.
Was fighting for bookings with YouTubers.
And I don't try to get on the road that hard.
Right.
We did that nice little run down in North Carolina.
See, that's
that was
what I
very
like.
fun. That was a good time. It was when everything was flooding.
Yeah.
It was still really fun.
And then I was headlining in Cincinnati, and it was the night that the Bengals were
Thursday
playing
night football game.
Yeah, Bengals versus
God.
Dolphins, and they were like unleashing a new jersey.
Colorway, yeah.
Yeah, so nobody showed up to
Yeah.
the show, and the MC didn't show up.
It was
I
just
was like,
you.
"Who's hosting?"
It was me and Jim, and we
Yeah.
drove to the club, and the person that was booked to host the show was like, "I'm not even gonna go. I'm not even gonna go."
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
so stuff like that turns me off to it a little bit. But then we had a great time in North Carolina.
In North Carolina was very, very fun.
So like going on the road with Bill,
Yeah.
doing stuff like that, that's what I love. Or I'll go and I'll open for Todd Barry.
Yeah.
From time to time, and like doing runs with him.
Just
or
going
like,
out and sitting in a Holiday Inn by yourself is not the pinnacle of. I mean, that's not.
No,
it's probably not worth your time. Maybe.
Yeah, that's my guess. I mean, I guess
Yeah, being able to go on the road, especially after all these years, with somebody that you have a good time with, like that was almost like a vacation. Like we were on. Like,
Oh, yeah.
we got paid, and but it was like I was just as excited to get done with the shows and go back to the Airbnb.
Yeah.
And have some drinks and tell some stories with Jim. Like what did
Yeah.
we ended up watching that night? We watched some
man.
movie on
It was a really
Netflix.
bad movie. It was like, oh, I can't remember what it was.
San Andreas with The Rock.
It was
No, it was older.
It was like an old movie.
Towering
that-
Inferno
An
with
old
The Rock.
action movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
It wasn't. The Rock wasn't in it, Alan.
He wasn't. He should be in everything. All right.
Yeah,
But we had a good time,
we had
and
a
then we
great
like
time.
watched the footage from our sets and just
Mhm.
like giggled.
Right.
That's the way to do the road.
Having fun.
Just two 40-year-old men
Yeah.
giggling at each other's jokes.
Just like in a really nice Airbnb.
And low stakes, and it's fun to go out and
Yeah.
have fun.
Really, just spending our
That
profits.
was a cool city. Asheville is a fun city.
Asheville's awesome.
Yeah,
I
I
took
like
Jim
Asheville.
sneaker shopping. I showed him some of the stuff that I was after, and he's just like, "You paid that much money for these?" And I was like, "Sort of."
I walked in there with my boots on, my sensible waterproof boots.
Mm-hmm. And you were up against a sneakerhead over here.
Yeah.
Nothing sensible about those
No,
shoes.
not at all.
How's married life?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah. How long now? 3 years? 4 years?
No,
Two?
two, about two.
All right.
About a year and a half.
Yeah, it hasn't even been two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, married life's pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
But we work from home together.
Okay, so she's at home all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, we've gotten used to
But you did that
it.
before you got married, like you, right? That wasn't pandemic
Not-
induced. That was
no, we didn't.
Oh, you
I
didn't?
worked from home when I was in town.
Yeah.
But then she had an office, and then like she went out on her
Oh.
own, so she was home for a little bit, and then the pandemic hit, and then we were like really home.
Wow.
But we got it figured out. We
Yeah.
just,
Just no kids screaming. It's you and the
no.
cats.
Us and the one cat and my dog.
Yeah.
The word. I mean, like my cat has a UTI. That's what we're dealing with right now. But that's not like a
Man,
kid.
his life is relatable to Mary's.
Well, I think it's like anybody that has cats, they all kind of have the same thread of stories.
Yeah.
Right? Because cats
Yeah.
are prone to getting certain things.
Right.
And,
UTIs.
yeah. And I
from having sex too much.
those cats, you know what?
Yeah, you gotta go
keep
pee
'em-
after the sex, cat.
Yeah.
You gotta pee after you.
You
do
can't
it.
let them out in the stairwell. There's all kinds of nasty action going on out there. So Hilarities tonight, one
Yeah,
show.
One show only.
And then what happens? You hang out for St. Patty's
I
Day.
quit comedy.
Hey, you heard it here. Breaking news.
This is my last waltz.
Jim Tews quitting
We're
comedy.
filming it.
Are you playing with the stepdads?
I'm gonna play with this. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I'm
quit
so
comedy
bummed
yet.
I'm going to miss that, by the
I'm
way.
gonna play with the stepdads.
Stepdads of Galway,
tomorrow.
Mike Polk and Aaron McBride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. This is where I'm at in my career now. I was like, I want to go back to Cleveland for
It's
St.
kind of
Pat's.
become a tradition over the past few years where you come back into town,
Yeah.
headline Hilarities, and then play with Polk and
Well,
the
for St.
Stepdads of
Patty's Day,
Galway.
or
Yeah.
just-
I didn't headline. I didn't get to do it the same weekend last time, but I was like, priority is the St. Pat's thing.
Yeah.
And then I contacted Hilarities, and I was like, do
You
have
worked
that?
backwards.
I worked
Yeah.
backwards.
Right.
Because I deserve it.
Mm-hmm. And then you go back home on Sunday or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I go and I do a lot of animation stuff during.
Is
the day
that
now.
what you would do if you finally woke up and you were like, I don't want to do comedy anymore. I'm tired of whatever.
Yeah.
Tired of X, Y, and Z. Who knows what that is? Would it just be animation for you?
It would be. I like writing.
Yeah.
And I can draw. So, but the writing thing is why I like to do stand up.
But have you written for other people?
Sort of stage presence.
But that's like part of your thing too. I mean, you don't have to be, you don't have to be a dynamic performer.
No.
You just have to be funny.
Yeah.
Right? And you are. So, but have you written for other people?
I've never written for other comics.
You haven't written for like a show or anything like that?
I've like sat in for, they did like Guy Code versus Girl Code.
Okay.
You know, like I've sat
And
in.
which one were
done,
you?
Like I was both. Depended on the
They
day.
needed a Switzerland on that show,
I was
and in
fluid.
came Jim Tews. Yeah.
But yeah, I've done stuff like that here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But I would probably make really dumb, weird animations if I had it to myself.
Mhm.
But then I like performing.
Right.
I like to see the faces of the people.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
the immediacy of it. It's. I mean, when you're working on an animation, it's great, and they're very.
It's very lonely.
It's very lonely,
Right.
and then
And
you
repetitive.
Get out there and like tell jokes and having that immediate call and response. It's fantastic.
Right.
There's really nothing better when it
No.
comes to just that immediate rush.
Listen, I've tried to tell people over the years, people who go into comedy, I say, look, that instant gratification is amazing, right? It might be better, though, for your mental health if, as a comedian, you focus on delayed gratification. If you can find a way for them to laugh at the prior joke as you're telling the next joke, right?
Yeah.
That would be a whole new arena for people to perform in.
Edging stand-up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Grenade comedy.
yeah.
You just throw it and then it explodes and then they laugh.
Well, I have to say, my favorite, because, over the years, you start to feel like people's different kinds of laughs. Like, when you're getting something really genuine from somebody, or if the crowd's just in a good mood, or, there's just these different.
There's like colors and shapes to them.
Yeah. My favorite kind of laugh is the like stifled one at first, and then it like draws out a little bit, like they were still thinking about the last thing you said.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just unpacking
And it's
something
just
in them, and
unpacking,
they go, and it just
I-
builds.
If I'm getting those laughs, it's great, but it usually means that other people just aren't laughing.
Right.
But I'll have like 5 people.
If you can hear that person,
right?
But
I have like 5 people laughing like that,
Mhm.
and then
sometimes that's all you need.
That's all I.
You can play to them, right?
Yeah.
If you got 5 people, it's better than Cincinnati on a Thursday night.
Oof.
Hey, luckily for you, there's no new Browns jersey getting dropped tonight.
Man.
So you're going to be in good shape over at Hilarities.
It'll be something else.
Yeah.
I was in the airport, and a bunch of tall dudes in workout gear started sitting down, and then they started talking about basketball, and I was like, "Oh, these are basketball players," but I don't.
Well, they were
know
like
any.
pro basketball players.
Well, I was trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And then I see like the Nets logo,
Mhm.
and I'm like, "Oh, are these Nets flying to Cleveland?" And then I'm
Yeah.
like, "No,
They're not there.
It's
here
unlikely.
Tonight. Yeah.
Very unlikely."
They have their own plane.
And then I see one of the guys' tags on his luggage says Pippin, and I'm like, "Oh, I know that name." Like the Scotty. And then I Google like Pippin Nets. And it was G League. It was the Long Island Nets.
Mhm.
Oh, there
the
you go.
Long Island Nets.
Long Island Nets,
All right.
everybody's
Well, they
favorite.
were, yeah.
They'll be playing the Cleveland Rush tonight.
Charge.
The Charge.
Cleveland Charge, yeah.
Or tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. Whatever night, So
Don't promote their stuff. Promote your
go
show,
ahead and
dum-dum.
check out the Long Island Nets and Scottie Pippen's
Yeah, record
nephew.
attendance here tonight for the Charge game. After
Yeah.
Jim Tews. Gets
I
our
do
way-
this to myself,
If
I
you're
did that
a
in
if
Cincinnati,
you're a
too.
Long Island expat who finds yourself now living in Cleveland, but you
Right.
really miss the Long Island Nets, boy, are you in luck tonight. Are you featuring for Tews? What are you doing on this tonight, Bill?
No, I'm not on that show.
All right.
But I'll probably not
Come
go
watch.
and watch either. 'Cause
Come watch.
I have my own show going.
You're going to
on.
the Cleveland Charge, aren't you?
I'm going to Cleveland Charge. I'm going Chargers Nets.
He
It's
just-
their biggest rival.
Yeah.
You got to be there for it. It's
Charge Nets. And we wait all year for this game.
where are you,
Come on.
where are you guys playing with Stepdads of Galway?
The Winchester?
Winchester.
Yeah.
What time's
I
that
think that's
going?
at 4?
4 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll still be over at the Cleveland.
Yeah,
game.
we're doing a broadcast at the Clevelanders. If you want to come out at 10 a.m.,
Yeah.
get things rolling.
Ooh.
You're not going to be doing anything at 10 a.m., like sleeping or anything like that. I mean,
I probably won't be. I get up.
All right.
I get up at crack of 9:30 now.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I can't sleep that late.
You go for like a run, or I know people who are like, "Oh, I got up at like noon." I'm like, "Oh my god, I could never do that." Like,
I never was able to do that. I stay up late and then because I can't fall asleep, but I
still wake up early.
I get up and walk my dog.
You should have kids.
Yeah, I feel like I could handle it.
That'll
but,
keep you from
know.
being tired. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be tired anyway, might as well have a kid.
If I'm keeping those terrible hours, might as well throw a kid into the mix.
Mm-hmm. That'll solve a lot of issues.
Yeah.
But you guys aren't going to have any, right? I mean, was that
not in the plan?
Was that agreed upon? I think it has to be, right? You got to go. Hey, look, we're not 22. I mean, you know.
Yeah, that was from the jump. I mean, we got together. We were like in our 30s, but she was like, "Yeah, I'm not into this," and I was like, "Cool, I never really cared."
Right.
And now here.
And from there it blossomed.
From there it blossomed.
Yes, into its full effervescence.
Yeah, much to the disappointment of my parents, probably.
Well, do you have siblings?
I do. I have 3 sisters.
So your parents have grandchildren.
Well, they're from different marriages and stuff.
Oh,
so
they
like,
are. Okay.
Like my mom won't have grandkids.
Mm-hmm.
Because of me.
Because it was all the pressure was all on you,
and a falling out,
and you flopped.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. But I do have. My dad has a granddaughter, but she lives in Germany.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
she's an adorable German baby.
That's a Grand Fraulein, I believe, is what.
Grand Fraulein. I think I'm learning German.
Oh, yeah?
Du hast your nose.
Yeah. Auf Wiedersehen. Jim Tews is at Hilarities tonight for one show.
And he's learning German.
He's learning German. He's going to try it out on you.
And he's not because he's into fascism or anything.
Right. He's just a history buff.
You have to clarify.
He's a buff of many things, including history. So Mach Schnell to the to Hilarities tonight, 7 o'clock show. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the info. Your parting words, Jim Tews, to this audience. You'd like to leave them with what? Could be words of wisdom. It could be a personal mantra. It could be a promotion of something.
Go Charge.
There you go. Beat those Nets of Long Island. Well, it's good to see you, pal.
Thank you.
Thanks for
having
coming in. All right, let me take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal has this old man sugar daddy. Did you prompt him into buying you stuff?
The old man, he said he wanted to take me shopping. I didn't want to go shopping with him. I do feel guilty. So then I was like, no, I'm not going to go. And then I did go to the mall. That's when I felt guilty of he's been asking to go shopping with me. And if I post that I'm at the mall and I was like, I'll tell him I'm going to go. And then, yes, I knew he was probably going to buy me something at the mall.
You could go to the mall without posting that you're going
I
to the mall.
know, right?
Huh.
Call me crazy.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Universal Windows Direct. At Domino's, we're so obsessed with pizza, we'll try to turn pretty much anything into pizza. Sizzling pizza fajitas, pizza milkshake. Probably not the best pizza ideas, but a great idea? Domino's new loaded tots. We bake our tots hot and crispy and load them up with melty cheese and delicious toppings, just like our pizza. From savory Philly cheesesteak to craveable cheddar bacon and mouthwatering melty 3 cheese, Domino's new loaded tots are just like Domino's pizza, only on tots. Can someone turn a fan on in here? Try Domino's new loaded tots next time you order.
Get a slam dunk deal at all 4 Ken Ginley Kia locations. The official #1 volume Kia dealer. Want a great selection and huge inventory? We've got it at Ken Ginley Kia. We've got over 700 new Kia models in stock and incoming, including 20 Carnivals, 150 Fortes, 90 Celtos, 40 Sorrentos, 90 Sportages, and even 75 Tellurides. Best of all, you can just sign and drive any new Kia with 0 due-it signing. Got a trade? Bring it on in, because we want to pay you more, regardless of its condition. And if you need credit, we love to say, yes, you're approved. We've got the inventory, we've got the deals at all 4 Ken Ginley Kia locations in Medina, Mentor, Boardman, and Alliance. Or find us at Ken Ginley Kia. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ginley Kia.
#1 in overall
CPR. Be the one to learn CPR. You can be the difference for someone you love.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, comedians Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee are bad friends, and they have a podcast that bears that name, and they're coming through to do a live show for you out at MGM Northfield Park. Bad Friends Podcast, Saturday, June the 24th. You can go to Ticketmaster.com. It will have the details for you. A couple of tickets here for you for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there if you like. Thank you to Patty McMudpie for helping out. Well, he's going to be busy tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day. We'll be live at the Clevelander all day tomorrow. The MMS St. Patty's Day Bash is going to happen right around the corner from us here. We get going around 10 o'clock. It's going to be music all day on MMS, but we are all going to be there, jumping in and out on the mics, saying hello, talking to you guys, hanging out with people at the Clevelander. So we'll all be there tomorrow, and if you're downtown partying, you should come by and join us for a couple of pops. So we'll be there starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow, the Clevelander, with WMMS. Next week on the show, I think Ice-T is finally going to make it on the show.
Nice.
My friend Bruce Campbell is going to make a return appearance.
That's cool.
I think, well, I don't want to give it away yet. What will I have to give you? I'll have Cavs tickets for when the Pacers are in town. If you want to go see The Cure at Blossom in June, I'll hook you up with that for people who have been hitting me up. I'll have Monsters tickets. And, of course, the Piston. Big two. The IX Piston-powered Autorama is back last weekend of the month at the IX Center. So that's all next week. John Mulaney is dropping a new hour on Netflix.
April, right?
April, yes. It's called Baby J. And it is going to drop April the 25th, which I think is like a Tuesday or something, right?
I think
kind
it's
of
a Sunday.
Oh, is it? No, it's a Tuesday.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a weird day to drop something.
Okay.
Anyway, that's his third Netflix special.
I was conditioned to it being like a weekend because February and March both have the 25th on a Saturday. And I thought it might be.
Unless this is wrong. I don't know.
No, it's usually on a Tuesday. I feel like they drop their specials.
Features music from David Byrne of Talking Heads. Speaking of Talking Heads, they dropped a trailer too because they are going to reissue Stop Making Sense. There's a new cut of, I think, the album and the concert film, which is one of the best of all time. I mean, you have to like the Talking Heads, but I do. And Stop Making Sense is a fantastic concert film. So if you saw John Mulaney over the past year or so, it was the From Scratch tour. He came through here, yeah?
Yeah.
And Mulaney
I saw
came
him.
through.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, so that's what this new hour is going to be. The special is called Baby J, but what you saw him do was him working out this new hour.
I was watching a little bit of Bert's new special, and I realized that I saw him working on this hour 3 times since he... And so, like, I was very familiar with it, but it was a little bit different each time.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, I know all this because I saw him when he did the pandemic show that was at the drive-in theater.
Yep.
And then he did the show at Romo Fijo last year. And then I was in Arkansas a few months later, and he was at a venue right near where I was performing. So I hit up one of his openers that I'm buddies with. I'm like, hey, I'm right at the club across the parking lot. You want to come hang out? So he came over, Dave Williamson. We had a couple beers and talked. And he's like, well, when you guys are done here, come over and watch the show. So went and watched Bert there too. So it was it's a great hour. It's just stand-up comedy is so much better live. It's so much better live. There's something about it that just no matter how good someone is, that's why I would have loved to have seen someone like Carlin live because.
Oh, you never saw him live?
Never got to see him live. I mean, he died a few years after I started. He
08.
wasn't touring that heavily at that point either.
Yeah.
And so I really wish I could have seen him live because there's just something so much more intoxicating about stand-up live versus watching his special.
Yeah, like Gwen won't watch concerts on television. I mean, she'll watch Stop Making Sense because she loves Talking Heads. But like there was this cable channel called Ovation. I don't even know if it's still around anymore. It was all live concerts. And I love live music, so I'll watch it on TV. I don't care. And she's like, I can't watch a band on TV. Really? Like it, but so it's a similar thing to the comedy.
I remember Ovation. It wasn't that long ago because I would.
It might still be around. I don't ever see it on anything.
I think it's on you have to have like a DirecTV package or something like that.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure I used to watch all Michael Jackson concerts on that, like Michael Jackson in Bucharest or like all the other places he would perform, and I would watch these. And my cousin would come over and he would make fun of me. He's like, why is he wearing a leotard on stage? I'm like, it's not a leotard, it's a army jumpsuit. He said, this dude wearing a leotard, and you wonder why he's accused of some stuff. I'm like, he's not.
He's a performer. You've got to wear form-fitting things that let you run around.
He said you got a leotard with a huge diaper.
Mm-hmm. It was all that. Propofol was filling his shorts.
Looking back on it, I'm like, it was kind of a leotard.
Do you know where Bucharest is?
Romania.
Hey, this guy. Look at him. The capital of Romania. Unless you're talking about the Bucharest Grill, that's in Detroit. They make a hell of a sandwich there. Is this Family Feud thing you sent me new?
Yeah, I think it just he just got arrested Monday.
Family Feud contestant accused of murdering his estranged wife. So a real life Family Feud devolved. He took this really into to heart. What era of I guess Steve Harvey's been doing it a long time now,
Yeah, I
right?
think it's Steve Harvey era.
So a recent contestant of Family
And he was on there kind of talking about how he made a mistake marrying his wife.
On the game show?
Yeah.
Oofa, that's not good.
Bond was denied today for an estranged husband accused in the brutal murder of his wife, a nurse and mother of 3.
She's cute. Becky Bleefnick. They got a GoFundMe set up for her.
Gunned down in her own home in Quincy, Illinois last month. Her picture.
Oh, I heard about this. I didn't know the guy had been on Family Feud, though. I just heard about this murder in Quincy, which is this middle of nowhere burg in Illinois.
Shown here on the GoFundMe page, her sister started to raise money for her 3 children. Amazingly, this is not the first time this family has been in the national spotlight. Defendant Tim Bleefnick appeared with his family on the game show Family Feud 3 years ago.
You need 58 points. All right. You ready? Yes, sir. All right, let's remind everybody of Amy's answers. 25 seconds on the clock, please. Come on, man. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good do you look at the beach in your bathing suit?
7.
Name the month when many people buy new cars.
August.
Fill in the blank. Blank booth.
Phone booth.
Try again.
Pass.
The murder of Rebecca Bleefnick, known as Becky to friends
And it was that pass that did him in. His wife screamed at him. Was she on the panel with him?
I don't know. I didn't get to watch this. I just saw it and I sent it on over. But I think there's more from that Family Feud episode.
family had the community on edge, worried that a killer was on the loose. The search for the killer beginning when Becky didn't show up to pick up her sons from school. Today, husband Tim appeared in court for the first time.
Oh, look at this guy. His hair's all growed out.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this guy now. He doesn't look like he
Yeah.
did on Family Feud.
No.
That's some COVID hair right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. Yeah, she's like, get the hell out of here. And he probably didn't like that. So he probably wasn't on TV fake crying. Please just come home, honey. Like these guys always do. Pretend like they haven't seen their wife.
Police arrested him yesterday after a 2.5-week investigation, now facing first-degree murder and home invasion charges.
Today's development is a significant step forward in the search for justice for Rebecca.
Oh, so they weren't even living together. If they got him on home invasion charges.
Yeah, because they were split up. That's why he said estranged.
I
Yeah.
see.
I thought there was a part where he made some reference to not being happy.
Well, maybe that's in here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's still forthcoming.
Caring for their 3 boys when he was arrested. The couple was married in 2009. Bleefnick even writing on social media a few years ago, been married to my lovely wife for 4 years today. But things had reportedly
Yeah, that was 2013. That was 10 years ago. It's not so lovely anymore, I guess, to him.
taken a turn since then. Prosecutors calling Becky's murder a heinous and premeditated act.
With the urgency, the respect, and the compassion that he or she deserves.
Which makes his appearance on Family Feud of all shows so tragically ironic. He appeared with his parents and 2 brothers.
We need 15 points. Name something specific that you have to buy to go ski. You said poles. Survey said
2 points. They needed 15, and he got 2. And that's what started his descent into madness. All the way home, his wife could hear him screaming, "Why did I go with poles? Poles!" Obviously, it was wax. Ski's the number 1 answer. See, if you're going to be on Family Feud, you got to give an answer that will make Steve Harvey mug into the camera.
Yeah, you got to take his. So I think around the 4-minute mark is where
you got to go.
He'll mention it,
like how Keenan does on SNL.
Skis is number 1.
Let's check in with Bob Goff, publisher of the Muddy River News, who's in court today and has been covering the murder in Inning.
Well, the chatter around town was
jump ahead to
along
the
those
4-minute
lines, but it really wasn't until I was arrested. And when I asked the police chief if there were any other suspects, he said no. And I said, well, was he the prime suspect from the beginning? And he just basically said, this is where the evidence led us.
So, but we don't know exactly what they found in the search of his home, correct?
No, not yet. We don't know anything of that nature because at today's bond hearing, they closed it to the public, and they did that for a couple of reasons.
Well, anyway. The only reason it's getting any attention is because the guy was on Family Feud. But he also lost on Family Feud. So they can't even say, here's a guy, listen, if you're eventually going to be charged with murder, it's way better if they describe you as Family Feud winner accused of murdering a estranged wife. Because then people go, oh my God, what could have possibly gone wrong in their lives to have taken such a horrible turn? If you're just a Family Feud contestant, if you lost, everybody goes, oh, well, if he couldn't come through on the Family Feud, he's probably not taking care of business at home.
I would say, but not necessarily, though, because if he won on Family Feud and he wins like a bunch of money, and then the wife divorces him and takes half.
No, but like the huge prize on Family Feud's like $10,000, isn't it? It's not a ton of money.
That's the biggest prize.
Yeah, like your family won $10,000.
That's nothing. I wouldn't go on there for that.
Well, it's $10,000 you didn't have before, but you're splitting it among other people in your family.
Taxes would take $4,000 of that.
I understand.
All right,
it's still money you didn't have before.
I found the haunting clip is what they're calling it. It's the one I just emailed to you.
The haunting clip.
Around the, what is it, 40?
Well, this is from Inside Edition, when they're doing the interviews.
50-second mark.
Sons from school. When Bleefnick competed on Family Feud, listen to his haunting response to host Steve Harvey's question about wedding day mistakes.
What's the biggest mistake you made at your wedding?
Honey, I love you, but said I do.
The audience gasped. Bleefnick attempted to clarify.
Not my mistake. I love my wife. I'm going to get in trouble for that, aren't I?
Yesterday,
What is
That's not the most trouble you're going to get into.
What is the biggest mistake you made on your wedding day? Saying I do.
Having a wedding. That's the biggest mistake.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, anyway, at that point, he still thought they could win the Family Feud. I don't know.
Would that be foreshadowing or forewishing?
Well, I think a little of both. During the ABC and CBS incarnations of the show Family Feud, the top prize was $5,000, and in syndication, it was $10,000. But then you could come back to try to win $100,000. But
And that's you got to split between your whole family too.
Right. 20 grand a pop. You figure taxes take a little under half. Name something you regret doing on your wedding day. I'm going to say penis, Steve, just to get him to mug into the camera.
Right.
You said what now?
What?
I kissed her sister.
You're going to get in trouble.
Man, Steve Harvey got to be tired. He has too many jobs.
Good for him. You can never have too many jobs.
Yes, you can.
Nobody whose bills you're paying is complaining that you got too many jobs.
That makeup is thick on his head.
Like, you work all the time. You like your life? Because this is what pays for it. Steve Harvey didn't have too many jobs. He's a comic. He does Family Feud. Because I don't think he has that dumb talk show anymore, does he?
It wasn't.
He was making books for a while, like, here's how to take care of your wife, and he's got like 6 ex-wives. They're all like rolling their eyes every time Steve Harvey drops a new book on relationships.
It was Think Like a Man.
Yeah.
They made him into movies. He doesn't have the talk show anymore. He owned that talk show. He had 2. One was like the Steve Harvey Show, and then it was called Steve.
Right.
And it had his logo was his face and his mustache.
But then he was hosting like a primetime game show or something too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was on like.
Listen, man, you never know when the train is going to stop running, so you just take everything that comes along.
I know he got a house around.
It's not an environment to be picky anymore.
Whatever neighborhood Steve Harvey lived, that's where I want to live when I get some money. Because I know he probably
Peachtree, where's he live?
He's from
they
here though.
Huh?
You know he probably got a house here.
No.
Yes.
No.
Why would he not? His family
Why
still
would
lives
he?
here.
Well, maybe he got them a house, but I doubt he's got a pied a terre in Cleveland.
I wonder where he put him. East, definitely East Side. He
put his family on the West Side.
Nah, they ain't in no Westlake. They in like the Bainbridge or Chesterland.
Oh
out
boy,
there,
he put
way
him out in
there.
the. I see.
In the country, not
All
even in
right.
the burbs, in the country.
What up, Alan? Y'all forgetting one important factor for Poundcake in whatever job market he work in. The place he works, the job market he works in has to have skyscrapers. You got to remember that about him. So whatever market he work in, they have to have probably at least 4 to 5 buildings with a minimum of 200 floors. All right, later.
Mm-hmm. He does bring up a good point. You do like skyscrapers.
I'm fascinated.
You are
by
transfixed by skyscrapers.
I'm just fascinated by them.
Yep.
I just think it's funny. And we're adding to our skyline here. So we're adding to our 4 little buildings here in Cleveland. We're going to have 5.
Mm-hmm. 5. We had Sherwin-Williams building.
Ask how, ask now.
That's going to... What?
That's their song. Ask how, ask now, ask Sherwin-Williams.
Here, we're talking about the Skyline Bill, and he starts singing a goddamn jingle. What's going on over here? I mean,
they're building a Sherwin-Williams building, so I...
It's not a Sherwin-Williams store. It's their corporate headquarters. Right downtown. All right. I'll allow it. I've got to take a break here. If you want those Cleveland Home and Remodel Expo tickets, it's next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I will have 4-pack for you coming back. 35192, and text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
from the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, next weekend, the 24th through the 26th, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at the IX Center. It is the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo. 3 days with great deals, new ideas, a lot of practical advice. You can never have too much of that from hundreds of local experts, right? Spring's coming, summer, you got a remodel project on the brain. A lot of people can point you in the right direction. Information, discount tickets, all that, homeandremodelingexpo.com. Otherwise, I'll throw you a 4-pack here for next weekend. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Saturday night. Back in the room with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. It's a new show here on MMS called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's 120 minutes of metal. With the three of us as your leggy and vivacious hosts. So Saturday night, week 1, people seem to dig it. So week 2, 10 o'clock this Saturday night here on MMS. There's a 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page where I'll post the playlists. If you are a local band, you can send me something clean. Or if you just want to request something, you can do that. 2htm@wmms.com is the email. And very excited to do it. We had a blast on week 1. Working a couple of local bands in this weekend. A handful of requests from you guys. But otherwise, every week, Corey and Pat and I throw a bunch of songs in the mix that we dig and then play them back for you guys. So should I tease it? Should I tell people what we're going to be playing?
Not all of it, but some.
Not all of it, okay?
Maybe the local bands. Maybe shout
The local
them out.
bands, yeah, right. Okay.
I think they would probably dig that.
2 local bands, Drew Paria from Parma and Like Tyrants from Lakewood are each going to get a spin. The names of the songs, slip my mind right now, but Drew Paria will get played in the first hour. Their song is called Bereavement from Parma, Ohio, one of Corey Roddick's former neighbors, I think. And then Like Tyrants from Lakewood will get played in the second hour. Their song is called Newfound Hell. So that's Saturday night. 2 Hours to Midnight, all new metal here on MMS.
And how do people submit if they want to either submit something, just an existing band, or they have a local band? And what are you looking for from
email.
A local band?
Well, it's got to be clean.
Yeah.
A lot of you guys, and I like it a little economical. You know, I know bands like to noodle, especially metal bands, but I'm not. If you give me a 7-minute song, I ain't gonna get played. First, it's as simple as this: if I like it, I'll play it. Then I'll hit you up and ask you. You'll need like a code I'll ask you for so I can air it, and then we'll air it.
And then what is the email?
It's 2htm@wmms.com is the email. And we'll post, as soon as the show's over, I'll post the playlist every Saturday night. So, but we're having a lot of fun doing it, and we hope you guys dig it. People seem to, week 1. It's been a long time since there's been a metal show on MMS, so happy to do it. This might be Poundcake's future. I guess maybe he's still getting a winner.
Nope, I can hear.
This might be Poundcake's future. There's a woman named Mary McCoy in Texas, and she just got the Guinness World Record for the longest career as a radio DJ. She started young, boy. She's 85, and she's been working in the industry for 72 years. I mean, she started when she was 13.
That bitch was there for the big change.
Yep.
I'm so obsessed with that. The fact that they used to call it that. It's the big change. All you people used to listen to the telly or all the radio. Now you guys get to telly.
Well, she still hosts the 2-hour country classics show 6 days a week.
Oh, they work hard to the bone.
At K-Star Country, KVST. And she still loves doing it.
Back in 1951, I had the pleasure of
of meeting all those artists, from Jim Reeves, Elvis, again, it's just all Carl Perkins, Johnny Cash, you name them, they were there. I love the people. I love radio. They all go together. And I thank God every day I can still do my radio and love my people.
There you go. She's probably doing that from her house, by the way. We were talking about that before. K-Star Country. 2 hours a day, 6 days a week. How about that? So
she only has 12 hours a week.
She's she's 85. She could have hung it up a long time ago.
I had to count on my hands.
So good on her. Huh?
I had to count on my hands. I'm like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
This is in Montgomery, Texas, by the way. So she's been there. But that could be your future. You know, people go, I want to go out on top. I want to call it quits when I still got my wits about me and blah, blah. Not me. I want to be behind a mic until I fall over, until I'm so riddled with dementia or whatever, you can't tell what the hell I'm saying. Because that would be way more entertaining than listening to somebody who's like lucid all the time. Montgomery is right on Lake Conroe. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's about an hour north of Houston. I bet your sister could tune into this lady, Bill.
Oh, neat.
Down there in Houston. KVST. And so she holds the Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah, they're not hiring a lot of 13-year-olds anymore. So I have a feeling she's going to hang on to this for a long, long time.
I take it her station's not an iHeartMedia station.
No, it's like a local owner. Yeah. No, there's no corporate chain's going to have an 85-year-old woman on the radio.
Where's her podcast? She's not driven.
She still looks good, actually. For 85, she like colors her hair. She's kind of got a here, I'll show her to you. Look at this lady. She's 85, and she's got the Guinness World Record there. Look at her. For, right?
Not
I
terrible.
thought she was going to be some, like, old gray crone, but she's in there doing it.
Is this on the live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did you not see it?
It's on a delay. I'll see
Sorry.
you in a second.
There she is. Her 71-year radio career. Mary McCoy has got the Guinness Book of World Record for the longest broadcasting career. She got started working 5 days a week as a radio host at the age of 12. How did anybody ever get hired at 12?
With all the laws going into place. We'll have
12-year-olds
again.
Yeah, well, no, they don't want him on the radio. They want him, like, working in meatpacking plants.
Yeah, they want him cleaning up using
Sluice
harsh
and
chemicals.
sludge. That's
Yeah.
right. Hazmat suits.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's good for the kids. She had a music career in addition to her DJ duties, and she once sang with Elvis Presley. So there you go. I think that would be the way to do it, too. And maybe along the course of her career, she probably worked in some impressive markets.
Let's cancel her.
I think that's the cancel her. Let's cancel this 85-year-old woman.
Let's bring up some old audio from 1973. Let's get her.
Uh-huh.
She want equality? We're going to give you equality, lady.
I like how it's an 85-year-old woman, and Poundcake goes, let's find some old audio from 1973. Oh, boy.
We could go back further.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, let's find her. Let's find something from like the mid-50s, and she's...
That was completely... it was relevant at the time, but now it's completely out of context, and we'll use it against her, and we'll cancel her.
That's right.
She's taking a spot.
For bullying people when she was 12 years old on the radio.
Oh, God. Can you imagine if they dug up her old...
Susie Benson from grade 7 is a real slut.
She's a real pain in the ass.
Because I guarantee you, when she was 12 and in Texas, they did not refer to African Americans as African Americans.
No.
The coloreds, like
This is my favorite colored artist that we play on this radio station.
Ooh, let's get her.
Well, times are different.
iHeart's going to buy that station. We're going to get it for you, iHeart.
We play both kinds of music, country and Western. For the whites. Well, listen.
This is our Throwback Thursday.
It's still Throwback Thursday.
What I like to refer to as Colored Night. Where we play all the hippity hops.
Yeah. We're doing a reconstruction party after the show this Friday night. Well, that's impressive. I think that's the way to do it, is you just keep doing this job until the only place you can get hired is some tiny town where they just let you be on the air, and you just kind of, drift into dementia or something. But she sounds with it. Those country artists, whether they're air personalities or whether they're singers, they do not go quietly into that good night. They stay gussied up until the day they get in that box. She got the hair and they do the makeup. It's all Grand Ole Opry until the day they die, boy.
Mm-hmm.
They never get all shriveled up. They got to have some showbiz in it. Dolly Parton. You'd never know how old Dolly Parton was if she didn't tell you.
Well, her boobs are like 20 years younger than she is.
No, I know. I'm just saying she's had so much work done and she's kept herself glammed up. So she'll be 80 in a couple of years and you'd never know it because she's kept herself.
Yeah, because there's no more serial number on it.
It's been filed off a long time ago. But
it has to be in pain.
Listen, Dolly always had the raw material. It wasn't like she wasn't like a Kardashian, right? Who took an uber normal face and shaped it into something pretty foxy. Dolly Parton looked great. She just
maintained.
She's had a lot of scaffolding over the years or whatever, but it wasn't like she still looks like she looked. She just, kind of got rid of some of the baby fat. But I mean, you go back to those Kardashian kids pictures and you're like, holy cow. They look like any other family who could have come out of the Midwest without access to a high-end plastic surgeon. They completely redid their faces.
But it's subtle yet not subtle. Like the old pictures of Kim, you're like, oh, wow, I can't believe that's Kim. But it was gradual. Like they didn't.
Well,
do it
hers
all
is
at
subtle,
once.
but you look at Kylie as like a 10-year-old, you're like, oh my God, she had her face sanded off and rebuilt.
Well, Chloe, I think had the most dramatic. Not even Kylie. Kylie just had lip fillers. She didn't reconstruct her face.
Yes, she did.
Yes,
You
she
look
did.
at yes,
She
she
looks way
did.
different.
Yes, she did. They all did.
I just don't understand how they do that and no one, like, it doesn't leak to the press or anything like that. Like, it just, they're never out and wrapped in bandages. You never see paparazzi pictures of that. Like, that, if you do as heavy plastic surgery as they're getting, it takes a long time to recover, right?
Yeah, I mean, a few weeks, but they also...
You have to break a jaw.
They have a whole system in place to do it so you won't see those pictures. Like, that's part of the process.
Okay.
For them. I imagine that they go in, get it done, and then, like, they lay low for 3 or 4 weeks while it heals up.
Mm-hmm. When you got that metal thing in your nose and your head's wrapped in bandages.
That's what I'm saying. You look like the mummy.
You look like
Yeah, but they don't have to
Frankenstein's
go anywhere
monster.
and get anything for
Yeah.
themselves. Not like they got to go out and do their own grocery shopping.
I guess.
Think of all the staff they have or acquaintances or whatever who have seen them post-op. Like right after with black eyes and, those are the photos people want.
Oh,
You really want to
there's
impress
actually
me.
a ton of photos of them with black eyes.
Yeah! Black eyes, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Black eyes. Sorry, I can see where that might be confusing. It's, Alan, are you ever going to have Poundcake on your metal show giving info about the artists and the songs?
Coming up is Paramore.
Yeah, right.
Favorite metal.
We don't do any Panic.
Evanescence, yeah.
We don't do Panic at the Disco or Evanescence on the metal show. I'm
Do
sorry.
you guys play Hellstorm?
I'm sorry?
Do you guys play Hellstorm?
That's not a heavy metal band.
Okay.
It's a hard rock band. I do like to make the distinction, and these are shades of difference, but it just comes to like what hits my ear, right? And so sometimes when we all throw our songs in, I'll go, not that one. I like that song, not on a metal show. So that's kind of how we're going about it. iHeartRadio app, if you listen to us there, anytime, you can leave us messages with the talkback button.
Hey, Alan, you just referred.
No message ever starts good. When it starts like
Hey,
that,
Alan,
it's never good.
When
yeah.
they're basically doing Political Joe.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, Alan, you just referred to a show as a chick show, and that's why you didn't watch it. Now, I do have a question for you. Is that a negative thing? Like, because it's a chick show, you didn't want to watch it, and that's negative? Or also, is it okay that I watch guy shows? I'm very confused.
You're not confused. It's not confusing. No. What show was I talking about? You said Oh, yeah, chick show. No, listen, shows, there are target audiences for, no, trust me, I watched Grey's Anatomy for a long time. I got sucked into that by my ex-girlfriend. So, no, I'll watch chick shows. But there are shows that are very specifically made for a certain audience. That's what I meant. Bridgerton. Dudes weren't watching Bridgerton. That was for ladies who were getting all sweaty. That's why every time they'd parody Bridgerton, it was all ladies sitting around, sweating. And so there are some shows, they know who that target audience is. They're not doing it for dudes.
Well, I know you watched all of Sex in the City, or most
Love
of it.
Sex in the City.
And that's a
chick show, of course.
And there's some, I watched it, I thought it was a very fun show. And there's some shows that are chick shows that I can't get into. And there's a lot of dude shows I don't get into either. Try to watch that Chris Pratt Army Boy show.
No,
and I was just
can't do it.
I couldn't do it. It just wasn't interesting to me.
Nope, same here.
I still need to watch the newest season of Jack Ryan. But that's a fun show.
First one was better than this one, but I like Krasinski a lot. So.
There's a third season out now, I believe.
Is it the third?
I think the third
Whatever
season,
the new one is, it's okay.
The third season came out, I want to say in like December.
A couple of months ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't gotten into it yet.
Oh, I was thinking it was the second.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, there's that. But no, listen, watch whatever you want. But shows do have specific target audiences, right? Euphoria is not for 50-year-old guys. There are probably some 50-year-old guys watching that
for
show.
very specific reasons.
Right, and they're tracking that too, so they can alert the authorities. But that's not made for, comedies, I think, less so have like a target. Comedies is more of a shotgun, where they're like, whoever this hits, that's great. Whoever thinks this is funny, that's awesome. Dramas, or that have a specific kind of point of view, like you, or the other shows I mentioned.
What's that one? This Is Us? Is that?
This Is Us. Yeah, Gwen loved that show.
Yeah, that's a total chick show. But I know a lot of guys that watch it too, and they enjoy it.
I know gays that watch that show. They're obsessed with that show.
We didn't ask what the gays watch.
It's not on anymore, though, right? No. Isn't that show done?
I have no idea.
I thought This Is Us had their big old series finale a while ago. But every time I would walk in the room and Gwen was watching This Is Us, like, she'd be crying. And I was like, boy, I guess there's an appeal to a show like that, but I just wouldn't want to watch something that had me, sobbing all the time. But she dug it. I want to get to, the 2024 clown show. It's already starting up. I was looking at Joe Exotic has announced his intention to run for president. You remember Joe Exotic?
Of course.
This is the guy. Joseph Maldonado Passage is his government. He's in prison for trying to kill that bitch Carol Baskin. This is the guy that got famous off of Tiger King, which benefited from everybody being locked up in the house. And he has gone every which way but loose, trying to get out of prison. And he appealed to Donald Trump. And he says, I don't do this. And so now he says he's running for president. I assume maybe he thinks that this will get him out of prison? Hey, you got to let me out so I can go campaign. Joe Exotic said, put aside that I am gay, that I am in prison for now, that I used drugs in the past, that I had more than one boyfriend, and that Carol hates my guts. This all has not a thing to do with me being able to be your voice. Listen, we can all identify with someone like Joe Exotic. So that's his, hey, put aside all this other stuff. I would make a great president. But again, after Trump, all bets are off. So this is nothing shocking. George Santos has also announced. So if you're bummed that you missed the chance to get scammed by George Santos, you're in luck. He's at least filed paperwork with the Federal Election Committee. But see, here's the grift on that. Once you file paperwork, that's how you can legally raise money. Because all these guys are grifters. And so that's how you just fundraise. And then if you go, well, I decided not to run, it's not like you send those people's money back. You're not writing them checks. You're hanging on to the money. So that's what George Santos is doing. Because once you get in, he's in Congress. I mean, he'll probably be a one-termer, but once you get in, you kind of got the run of the place. So that clown show is getting underway with Joe Exotic and George Santos announcing that they're going to be running for president, allegedly, in 2024. And there are probably a lot of people who would vote for either of them because it's a big old country, big country. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com is the live stream you can watch, and we'll be back after this.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. If you want to send me a text in here. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Guardians are playing right now, by the way. Playing my White Sox. They're winning 5-1 in the bottom of the fifth. That's Mike Clevenger and the White Sox with only one run against the Cleveland Guardians. Your MLB opening day is not far off. March the 30th is going to be the day everybody starts playing. That is that's 2 weeks from today. And then 3 weeks from today and one extra day will be the Guardians home opener. On April the 7th, both the season opener and the home opener, they're playing the Seattle Mariners. Can you spot the difference? Here's the difference. And the clue is in the name. For the season opener, they'll be playing the Seattle Mariners in Seattle. For the home opener, they'll be playing the Mariners here in Cleveland. Since this is the Guardians' home stadium. Right? Did I get that correct? So, there you go. Guardians baseball here on the Buzzard. All season long. Very exciting. Cavaliers lose last night to the Sixers here at home. 118-109 under the shadow of controversy with some fouling going on and not being called.
It was called and then reversed.
Oh, my
Even
goodness.
though it didn't look like a foul.
The Cavaliers are playing the Wizards tomorrow night. The Cavs have not beaten the Wizards once this season.
That's ridiculous.
So the Wizards are hoping to complete their season-long sweep of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kristaps Porzingis and the Wizards. Tomorrow night, 7:30. Here at home, 7 o'clock is when that pregame will begin. We, at 7 o'clock, will just be wrapping up right around the corner at the Clevelander for the MMS St. Paddy's Day bash. We start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're downtown and having fun, make sure that you come by and say hello. We'll be on the air all day. So do that. Poundcake, have you updated your records with Ryan Reynolds' new net worth?
Oh, no, I did not. Do I have a reason to?
You ever see those commercials for Mint Mobile? He was an investor in a mobile company, and he would do these kind of very Ryan Reynolds style commercials and, a little tongue-in-cheek and a little wink and a nod, the whole bit. So Ryan Reynolds put Mint Mobile on the map, and they just got bought by T-Mobile. And he's going to make a boatload of money because he had about a 25 or 30% stake in Mint, and T-Mobile bought it for $1.3 billion. So Ryan Reynolds will get a nice big chunk of change. Of course, his wife is the highest grossing actor of all time.
I just can't believe it.
So they've got a lot of money in that house. The Scarlett Johansson. No, I'm sorry. She's married to Colin Jost.
Yeah, she's with Colin.
That's his ex-wife.
That's his ex-wife. He's married to
Blake Lively.
Blake Lively.
I was going to say, because Blake Lively, she's pretty and all, but there's plenty of pretty women in Hollywood. She's not the best actress I've ever seen.
Who is?
I don't know that I've
Blake
seen
Lively.
her. I don't know that I've seen her
Who is
in
the best actress you've ever seen?
Dame Judi Dench.
Angela Bassett.
There you go, the Queen. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson is the
Why
his
doesn't she have an
ex-wife.
Oscar then?
Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill.
Because she's a minority, and they don't want to see us win.
Yeah, no black people ever win Oscars. Anyway, so Blake Lively, I don't think I've ever seen in a movie. Yeah, I did. I saw her in. She was real foxy in it, too. Savages. Remember Savages?
Savages, and she's in The Town.
John Travolta. Oh, she is in The Town with that real thick accent.
Yeah.
So I have seen her in a couple things. I think she's real cute. I don't know how good of an actor she is.
I thought she was good in The Town. I mean, I believe that she was a trashy white lady from Boston.
Yeah. Blake Lively. Oh, there you go. See, I'm old enough to remember her sister. Blake Lively's sister is an actress named Robin Lively, who did her older sister. She did like 80s teen, half sister, I guess, but she did like 80s teen movies. She was in like Karate Kid 3 and Doogie Howser and, you know. I remember her. But Blake Lively, I think she's real cute. There's like, I think Ryan Reynolds has about 10 years on her, but good for him. Keep cranking out kids. They got 4 kids. And so now he'll have, $250 million in the bank.
I was going to say.
Ain't too shabby.
I don't know anybody who has Mint Mobile. What area does it serve?
Canada, right? I thought it was like a Canadian one.
It might be, because I don't know. I know people that have had like Boost Mobile or.
Where you at?
What was the other one that was like
Cricket
Wireless? Yeah, that was like the ones that are like in the stores. Like you can walk into like a department store in the mall and they have like a Cricket Wireless store. I've seen those. I know people who have those, but I don't know anyone who has a Mint Mobile. So it might be
Mint was it's an American company.
Okay, it is. Yeah.
I don't know how it got started. I don't know how Ryan Reynolds got involved. I don't know. It was a subsidiary of something else, and then he got it. I don't know. They spun it off from one company. Ryan Reynolds bought a big stake in it. And then, I don't know, they put him in the commercials. Because it would be Ryan Reynolds in the commercial, and he'd go, here's Jim. He's a real customer. And it would be Jim walking next to Ryan Reynolds. And he'd be like, oh, hey, Ryan. Oh, hi. So he'll stay on as a creative consultant, of course, because he's kind of become the face of that. But, he'll make a ton of money doing that. So good for him. A guy as attractive as Ryan Reynolds should have more money.
It's also funny that, like, you could have invested in any company, and it could have gone bad.
Mm-hmm.
And he made some good choices. He made some, because between aviation, his gin.
The gin company, yeah.
And Mint Mobile, he's made more from those investments than he probably has ever made in movies, and he makes a lot of money from movies.
Yeah. That's the thing, boy. Once you get a liquor brand, or it's hard to believe that there's that much money to go around because there are so many liquor brands. But the Hollywood types who get their own liquor, you become the face of it, you tell people about it, you're doing stuff for 3 or 4 years, and then you sell it. You sell it to one of the big distributors, and you make a ton of money. When George Clooney and Randy Gerber sold Casamigos, they sold it for like $3 billion. And now Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul, they've got their tequila brand. They're going to sell that and make a ton of money. That's why we got to do Alan Cox Show tequila. Right?
Yeah.
We'll all be minority owners, especially Poundcake. And so when we cash out,
Friday Get Down's available for sponsorship right now.
Right.
I'm making a mitigated gulp. That's going to be mine. I'm going to compete with yours.
Uh-huh. And what is that? Is that a fruitier drink? Is that like an icy or a Slurpee or something? Or
I feel like it's going to be some type of. I don't think it's going to be fruity. It's just going to be like a tequila.
Oh, it's a spirits drink. It is a spirit. It's an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah.
Unmitigated gulp. Because
I don't think it's going to be 150 proof like you like it.
Well,
I don't know if gulp is a word that people associate with alcohol.
Right.
Gulping, sipping, that sounds kind of refined and
well, that's why I want to do something different.
Oh, you want to go for like that low branch, man. You like, hey, you like to get effed up?
I just need to sell.
You're going to be in that. You want to be in that Four Loko strata, is what you're saying.
Oh, Ryan Reynolds already sold aviation.
Oh yeah, he sold it a while ago
in 2020. Yeah.
Yep. Made a boatload on that.
Yep.
Now you have to have the money to invest in the first place.
Right.
But boy, your return on investment is fantastic. I just don't have a head for business like that. Because you have other people who are like, "How'd you lose all your money?" I made a series of bad investments.
Yeah.
I bought the naming rights to the Alamo Dome, and then it got murdered by a hurricane. I put my name on, I bought the naming rights to the arena in Topeka, Kansas. It was the Pound Dome. And people were confused. Now that he has the money, he has enough time to do Waiting Part 3, somebody said.
I don't know if I have I know my favorite Ryan Reynolds movie, Amityville Horror.
Shut up. You're just trolling. That movie sucked.
It didn't suck.
You never saw the original.
No.
It sucked.
Okay, well.
Even on its own, they did not do a good job with that movie. It should have been great. When they first announced it, I was like, oh, cool, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, he wasn't like a super big deal then, but.
Well, in my defense, the only part I saw of it was him in the bathtub, and I just sat there on pause.
Just you can see his body in other movies, just so you know.
I prefer the bathtub scene when he has the long scruffy hair. And
you can see him in Deadpool, or you can see him in Blade Trinity with his shirt off.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a burn peen in Deadpool or something? Wasn't there like
he's all burned in
Deadpool.
He's all
burned up in Deadpool.
Alan, I've had Mint Mobile for about a half a year. Other people say I have Mint Mobile. Yeah, I mean, I use T-Mobile, and that's part of Mint Mobile uses T-Mobile towers, so I think that's probably part of it. But Ryan Reynolds brought Rick Moranis out of retirement for one of those Mint commercials.
That's right.
He's like, hey, remember Rick Moranis, everybody? And he just kind of walks out and waves. He goes, there goes Rick Moranis.
Canadian love.
Yep. There's plenty to go around. You know, I know we've talked about Skyline Chili on this show many times. My streak of not having it remains unbroken. But for people who do enjoy it, the green noodle Skyline Chili is back tomorrow for St. Patty's Day.
Woohoo.
So you can get however you like with the Shamrock Green Spaghetti.
I'm going to pass on that. I don't like their spaghetti's too wet, man. I hate their wet spaghetti.
Too wet.
It's too wet.
Yeah. I was kind of, I've been in Cleveland now for 13 years, and so I'm a little bit more sensitive about when they do lists of things that cities do, and Cleveland isn't on it. I guess I've been here long enough where my antenna kind of go up about that, and I get, I'm on a number of like these dude emails or whatever. And one of them, a travel email, was like, hey, here's the cities that do St. Patrick's Day the best. And you got the usual suspects. You got Boston and Chicago and Philly, Chicago dyes the river green. I think San Antonio does that too, but it's whatever. And so I got to tell you, I fully expected Cleveland to be on this list because everybody knows here that the St. Patrick's Day Parade in Cleveland is by far the largest public event that happens in the city. You get a couple 100,000 people. Now, I don't like parades, personally. I think you've seen one, you've seen them all. I'm not a parade guy. But I've been in them. I understand why people like them. Not for me. And so, by the time I'm going down this list, I'm like, okay, Chicago, Boston, Philly, I get it. Because with each one, they would tell you why. By the time I'm getting down to like Little Rock, Arkansas, and there's no mention at all of Cleveland, I'm like, guys, what's going on here? There should be some mention on St. Patrick's Day of Cleveland, Ohio, as opposed to Little Rock, Arkansas, not exactly a city that you associate with Irish immigrants, I guess. But I guess their reasoning was like, oh, they do a beer there that you can't get anywhere else. Okay. So that's why, Alan, what's the point of all this? I'll tell you, and I'm glad you asked, is that tomorrow, when we're at the Clevelander all day, we'll have to find a way to make it such a day that Cleveland, Ohio, will never again be left off one of these amazing St. Patty's Day city lists.
It's a crime that it was not on it, but we will set things right tomorrow.
Yes. Now, how we will accomplish that, I don't know.
Get downs every hour on the hour.
I don't know. But you'll have to join us and find out. I don't know. But, boy, I would love to I'd love to see Cleveland get some love on a list like that.
If I go, I just don't know how long I'm going to last.
That's what he said on his last date.
Hey.
Why?
I don't know, because if I start drinking early...
Well, just be a grown man.
Yeah.
I mean, Bill and I have to pace ourselves.
So what?
We're the anchors of this whole thing.
Yes, we're going to be there all day. Everybody else going to come and go as they please. We're going to be there all day. And we're going to have people buying us drinks, too.
So pacing yourself is like having like 3 or 4 drinks an hour, right?
Yes, 3 or 4 drinks an hour is pacing yourself. That's right. That's what I was thinking. Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Uh-huh. Joe White Claw over here. You can easily have 3 or 4 of those an hour. You won't feel a goddamn thing. So if that's how you're... yes, you could handle that.
You can't have 3 or 4 White Claws
please,
an
Mr.
hour.
Boozy Water over here.
It's rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he goes hard. What do you mean you don't have passion fruit?
You can invite your...
That's my favorite.
Your new beau out?
Yeah.
If I was coming, I probably already did.
Okay. If you're coming.
If I'm coming.
He also said that at his last date.
Hey!
So you will be bringing him if you...
If I'm bringing him, he might have to work, but he might come after.
Mm-hmm.
He's off if I'm coming.
All right. So
so it's still a big maybe for everything.
Yeah, don't do me any favors, man. Don't do me any favors. Whether you're there or not.
Just a big question mark.
Yeah, the big question mark, all right. All I know is anybody who's not there, Saturday's going to come around and they're going to go, Gah! They're going to be beating themselves around the head, neck, and chest like Paul Bettany in one of those Dan Brown movies. And then, boy, aren't you going to feel bad that you missed it? Alan, does Dan Aykroyd still have his vodka company? I don't know. I remember I've had Crystal Skull. I've got a bottle. He gave me a bottle of that years ago, and it's on my bar cart unopened because it's a cool bottle.
It's a great
Skull.
bottle, yeah.
He's been on the show many times over the years, and he's always, you got to hand it to Dan Aykroyd because he's a goer. He'll talk to you about whatever you want to talk to him about, but he's always got to get in a plug for the vodka, always got to get in a plug for this goofy blues show he still does, where he still pretends he's one of the Blues Brothers. So he walks a really good line between like being a jovial cat and then just a businessman right there. So I don't know if he still owns that Crystal Skull vodka. Alan, the river here is already green from all the pollution. Right.
Or
like
brown.
It's
brownish green.
Right.
Like an army jacket.
More of a Halloween type thing. I was showing my daughter the video of them dyeing the Chicago River green because they send a boat out there and then these guys on a police boat and they have 3 huge jets that shoot out this this neon green dye that goes into the Chicago River and then obviously it spills out in the lake or whatever. It's non-toxic and all that, but it's very, very bright. And I was showing her how they do that. Because that was always, I was entranced by that as a kid. She didn't seem to care so much, but.
My girlfriend saw it and she's like, does that hurt the fish in the river? I'm like, yeah, it kills every single
Absolutely.
one.
It
kills
single-
every
Yes.
single fish
Yep.
in the river. She's like, why would they let them do that? She's like, you're so sweet. You're so sweet and dumb sometimes. Stop believing everything I say.
The city of Chicago has begun to refer to it as the East Palestining of the Chicago River.
That's right.
Alan, the show could promote Poundcake's seductive sip brand fortified grape juice and bathtub grain alcohol. Available in 2-liter bottles and large. Well, there you go. Something to consider. This person's done all the work for you.
That's a great tagline.
Hi, everybody. I'm Poundcake, and this is my... Have you tried my seductive sip brand fortified grape juice and bathtub grain alcohol? It will do you right. However you like to be done. If you're coming already, bring a 2-liter bottle of my seductive sip brand fortified grape juice and bathtub grain alcohol. Available at disreputable stores all throughout Northeast Ohio. I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192 to do that. Cavaliers off tonight, so I believe you'll get the full Corey Roddick experience after 6:30. And we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite